Chapter 186. Reinforcements. If not for the assistance of Flame King Gu, all the men guarding the west gate would be wiped out by the horde of hunters and S2 zombies. Yu Zhong asked, "How many more evolvers do you still have?" Lei Xing pointed towards 5 men who were sitting down with shocked expressions on their faces, and replied, "Only these men remains." Hunters and S2 zombies were really too strong. If not for the fact that Yu Zhong's men had water python snakeskin armor, there would be a lot more casualties. Also, a single strike from the hunters or S2 zombies will immediately infect the soldiers. Once the soldiers are infected, there is only death waiting for them. Lei Xing's men did not have the luxury of equipping water python snakeskin armors. Therefore, the casualties were nothing short of horrible. Having proper equipment is essential for the men to fight well. Yu Zhong thought for a moment before replying. Qing Yu, Gu Tai, Zhao Ming, the 3 of you stay here and protect Lei Xing. Let them stop firing. Also, let me take command of these 5 evolvers. I will bring some men to get back the wall. Yu Zhong and Lei Xing may be working together, but Yu Zhong could not trust Lei Xing. If Lei Xing fired at them with the IFVs while Yu Zhong and his team are engaged in close combat, the entire team would be wiped out. The water python snakeskin armor may block normal bullets, but it would be useless against the armor-penetrating bullets of the ZPT-90 type 25mm autocannon. Lei Xing also understood why Yu Zhong had left Qing Yu and the other 2 men. In this critical junction where the zombie horde is at risk of overrunning the west gate, he chose to turn a blind eye. Instead, he asked the 5 evolvers over, "Li Zhou, from now on, the 5 of you are under the command of Yu Zhong. Understand?" "Yes," Li Zhou replied loudly, and cast his sights on Yu Zhong and his men. About 80% of the men in Yu Zhong's team have evolved beyond level 10, and killed numerous zombies. Each of the men radiates killing intent from their body and look ferocious and terrifying. Woa! Under a tiger's leadership, there can be no helpless animals. One thought Li Zhou, as he brought his team of 4 evolvers to join up with Yu Zhong's men. "Stop firing!" Lei Xing gave the command to stop firing. All the men immediately stopped firing. At the same time, the zombie horde began to move again. After the loss of the west wall, numerous zombies have taken advantage of the chaos to enter the city. The zombie horde now includes normal zombies, S2, S1, L1 as well as hunter zombies. The east gate also had 10 hunters that sneaked into the survivor camp to attack. These hunters are far more cunning and proficient in battle compared to the other zombies. In guarding the east gate, Yu Zhong and company only managed to kill 5 of the hunters, while the remaining 5 sneaked towards the rest of the men, and used the rest of the men as a cover to prevent further attacks. It is fortunate that Ji Qingwu, Kong Tianyu, the IFV and Yu Zhong managed to finish off the last 5 hunters before they escape and wreak more carnage among the defenseless population in the survivor camp. Charge! Yu Zhong led his team and White Bones towards the wall and ran up to meet the zombies. Very quickly, Yu Zhong and his team clashed with the zombies. Yu Zhong's speed is almost 7 times the speed of ordinary men. Although his swordsmanship skills are not as remarkable as Ji Qingwu's, his speed and strength are extraordinary. The level 2 Tang saber in his hand did not cease as it relentlessly attacked, and with each swing of his blade, heads of zombies flew out in all directions. Even the mighty S2 zombies could not withstand a single blow from Yu Zhong's saber. Not a single zombie could halt the descent of Yu Zhong's blade. His saber was insanely fast, so fast that the men who were watching did not even see him attacking. They only saw flashes of reflected light from his saber, and then zombies near Yu Zhong would instantly be decapitated. White Bones, who was standing next to Yu Zhong, seemed to be a whirlwind as it swings its massive axe in a vast circular motion. As zombies around stepped into the whirling vortex, their flesh parted and their bones shattered. These body parts would be sent scattering in all directions. With Yu Zhong and White Bones leading the charge, they soon cleared a small path for the men to follow. But the men in Yu Zhong's team are not any less fierce or deadly. Each of them would occasionally strike out at zombies that got too close to them, and was able to kill zombies easily with just a regular swing of their sword. The standard zombies seemed to part like a hot knife through butter under their onslaught. Wow! That is incredible! What valor! No wonder he could bring soldiers to reclaim 2 villages. Flame King Gu was shocked by the sight of Yu Zhong and his team as they get to work on the zombies. He could not help feeling awed. The same zombies that wiped out most of the West Gate defenders could not even hold back Yu Zhong and his team. If it were just a comparison of power, Flame King Gu would be much more powerful than most of Yu Zhong's men. But he is only one person. His team may have 6 other evolvers, but the 6 evolvers were trained by killing zombies that he had caught and rendered incapable of fighting back. Compared to Yu Zhong's men, their performance in today's battle could be described as miserable. Sensing that Yu Zhong is the biggest threat to them, 4 of the 5 hunters that were hiding among the buildings rushed forward. They flicked out their tongue, aiming for Yu Zhong's head. The dexterous tongues seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and turned while heading towards Yu Zhong as fast as an arrow. White Bones immediately stood in front of Yu Zhong and used its body to shield him. The 4 tongues landed on White Bones and were repelled by the toughness of its bones. Yu Zhong raised his stinger gun and fired 2 shots at the hunters. Each of the stinger bullets hit a hunter on its head and blew the brain apart. White Bones also glared at the other 2 hunter, and with a blazing ghost fire in its eyes, it launched 2 sharp bone spikes at these creatures. The bone spikes immediately penetrated into the hunter's brains and exited from their spine. In the process, the hunter's brains, flesh and muscles were all smashed into pulp. The hunters collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. As Yu Zhong aimed for the 2 hunters, 2 more S2 zombies appeared near Yu Zhong like a gust of wind, and their mighty, sharp claws threatened to cleave Yu Zhong into pieces. Yu Zhong is wearing a cloak. Underneath the cloak is a water python snakeskin armor. Inside the water python snakeskin armor, he was also wearing a leather cloth made from the hide of the mutant Rat King. As well, he had a level 3 protective vest that he secretly wore inside the leather armor. Under so many layers of protection, he did not even put the S2 zombies' attacks in his eyes. Yu Zhong felt the claws of the S2 zombies as they landed on his body. He lashed out with his saber, and immediately slain the 2 S2. 2 large experience orbs entered into his body. Without any hunters threatening the soldiers, Yu Zhong and his team seemed unstoppable as they massacred their way up the walls. Along the way, hundreds of zombie corpses littered the street. Unlike the aftermath of a bullet storm, none of these zombies was even moving, nor did they get up again. If you observed carefully, each of the zombies was decapitated or missing part of their brain. That's incredible! As Lei Xing watched how Yu Zhong led the 2 teams of evolvers up the city wall and destroyed all the zombies in his way, his eyes sparkled, and a dark killing intent emerged from his body. Right now, the military and Yu Zhong were only using each other. Neither of them has the power to resist the zombie horde on their own. They may even become opponents later. The more powerful Yu Zhong is, the greater the threat he will be to their future plans. As soon as Lei Xing leaked out his killing intent, a stronger killing intent emerged from a figure next to him. He was shocked and turned around, only to see the cold stare of Qing Yu looking back into his eyes. Lei Xing was frightened by what he saw. Looking into the eyes of this cold-blooded assassin, he was dead sure that if he dares to make any moves against Yu Zhong, he would be killed before he can even take action. Recapture the wall. Lei Xing immediately discarded any notion of harming Yu Zhong and his men as he refocused his efforts on the current battle. Now is not the time to betray Yu Zhong. At least, not yet. Although Lei Xing is domineering and full of arrogance, he was also aware of this fact. If the city is breached, Lei Xing will lose everything. 100 men armed with machetes slowly walked up the city walls, accompanied by several soldiers wielding assault rifles. The military evolvers were largely decimated, and Lei Xing does not have enough men to retake the wall. Therefore, he could only rely on the conscripted survivors who had just a few days of military training. The soldiers with assault rifles were what remained of his soldiers. Just as the men entered the wall, a hunter quickly jumped onto the roof of a building and charged ahead like an arrow towards the survivor camp. Once the hunter appeared, the men with assault rifles began to panic and wildly fired at the hunter. But the hunter's appearance was too sudden, and it did not have any intent to fight. Most of the bullets hit empty air, and only a few bullets hit the hunter. The hunter continued to flee, and disappeared into the survivor camp. "Aren't you going to chase after it?" Lei Xing asked Qing Yu, who was standing next to him, as he looked at the retreating figure of the hunter. Lei Xing could feel that Qing Yu is also a powerful evolver. Qing Yu was a former assassin, and is familiar with various weapons. After joining Yu Zhong's team, he had participated in numerous battles and is now a level 13 evolver. Against a hunter beast, Qing Yu would be able to hold out on his own. Qing Yu's reply sent a chill down the spine of Lei Xing. "My job is to protect you. Anything else is none of my business." Not good. The hunter is heading towards the Special Administration region. Lei Xing's eyebrows twitched and his face changed. He immediately climbed the stairs leading to the top of the wall to find Yu Zhong. On top of the wall, the zombies in the area had all been annihilated by Yu Zhong and his men. Everywhere was strewed with the corpses of the zombies. He had also reached level 34, and he put 1 point into agility and 1 point into stamina. The survivors who came to the top of the wall found the area filled with various heads, arms and other body parts of the zombies. Many of them turned pale, and some of them even puked at the sight. Some of the men were frightened out of their wits, and their machetes slipped out of their trembling hands onto the floor. They had not seen the aftermath of a battle with zombies before. Lei Qing walked up to Yu Zhong and spoke in a hurry. Yu Zhong, one of the hunters, had managed to charge into the Special Administrative region. "Please help to get rid of it." "I thought this wall was guarded by Lei Xing." Sudden Lei Qing turned up. "See? Pity me, the poor translator. Just when I apologized and corrected my mistakes with the name, I was shocked to note that sometimes it is Lei Qing, sometimes it is Lei Xing. If the author himself is not clear, how would a translator make things clear?" Yu Zhong raised his eyebrows as he inquired, "Hunter? When did this happen?" Hunter beasts carry the zombie virus, and it is relatively powerful. Once it reached the men, it could cause massive carnage as it infects most of the men. Lei Qing bitterly smiled as he replied, "Just a moment ago, the hunter was too cunning and escaped through the roofs of buildings." Yu Zhong immediately ordered, "Xiao Ming, you lead all the men in Team 2 and stay here to protect the area. Qing Yu, protect Lei Cheng's safety. Team 1 immediately returns to the East Gate. If there are any problems, immediately inform me via the walkie-talkie." In this wave, most of the evolved zombies had been sent out, and Yu Zhong reckoned that there should not be any more threats to the West Gate. After all, his close combat Team 2 should be more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies. Lei Qing saw that Yu Zhong had 2 teams of elite men. He wanted to ask Yu Zhong to gift him command of one group of men. After all, he had gifted Yu Zhong with 5 evolvers just now. But Yu Zhong had already disappeared. He rapidly chased the hunter. Chapter 187 Chaos. Yu Zhong drove to the Special Administrative region, and found that the 2 guards that were supposed to protect this area from the zombies were already dead. Each of the 2 guards had a big hole where their heart was meant to be. There was no sight of the hearts. Without a doubt, this is the handiwork of a hunter beast. Most of the men in the Special Administrative region had not experienced the horror of the apocalypse. They were all in a panic when they received news of the hunter beast. Very quickly all of them fled towards the exit of the Special Administrative Region. For the first time, the Special Administrative Region that was full of life seemed to be empty as all the people fled. In the chaos, many people were trampled on when they fell. At the same time, too many people were trying to get out of the Special Administrative Region, and throngs of people blocked the narrow exit. To ensure that they have a place to escape to, many of the evolvers had used their powers to push aside anyone in their way. Many children and women were shoved onto the cold, hard floor. They laid there wailing, and the scene was nothing short of utter chaos. Damn it! Looking at the stampede of humans, Yuzhong could not help frowning. If this goes on, the death count of the people who were trampled to death in the jostle to get out of the area would be much higher than the number of people killed by the hunter. Without any hesitation, Yuzhong activates his skill, Art of the Fear. This skill has the effect of making people lose their will to fight. A massive wave of spiritual power radiated from Yuzhong's body. With haste, he reached the area where most of the men were in and roared out, "Shut up! All of you queue and leave here in an orderly manner." The Art of the Fear is really impressive. The men seemed to fear Yuzhong more than the hunter, and listened to Yuzhong and left in an orderly manner. As he walked forwards, the men around him felt indescribable fear, and they unconsciously went out of their way to create a path for him to walk on. At the same time, the men behaved themselves and began to exit the area in an orderly manner. After the men had made way for him, Yuzhong was startled to see that the hunter was covered in blood. It was chasing and killing the survivors in the Special Administration Region. The Special Administration Region was relatively untouched by the apocalypse. As such, most of the men do not have much ability to hide nor fight the hunter. It was like a herd of defenseless, fat sheep. The hunter flicked its tongue, and penetrated a hole in the chest of the child. The little boy was not bigger than 10 years old, and his eyes shone a trace of fear. He struggled feebly for a few moments, and collapsed onto the ground as his heart was ripped out of his body. Damn it! Seeing this, Yuzhong's eyes turned cold, and he aimed his stinger gun at the hunter. The hunter is brilliant. Having seen how Yuzhong killed scores of zombies and other hunters, it immediately chose to retreat rather than to fight. It flicked its tail and sent a corpse flying towards Yuzhong. While Yuzhong was distracted by the dead body, the hunter had hidden itself in a small alley. Yuzhong stepped to one side to avoid the dead body, and chased after the hunter. If the hunter had rushed towards Yuzhong, Yuzhong was confident of finishing it in one shot. But the hunter opted to run instead. With its incredible speed, it is not easy for Yuzhong to kill it. The hunter proved to be extremely cunning, as it dodged into the maze of alleys and corridors. Yuzhong fanatically chased after the hunter with all his speed. His agility had reached a frightening value of 69, and he was able to close the distance between them. If not the fact that the hunter kept turning and changing its path, Yuzhong would have already caught up the hunter. As Yuzhong rushed into a small alley, suddenly his passive skill danger sense rang out a warning. A tongue seemed to have been lurched from the sky and was rapidly closing towards his head. The hunter had suddenly climbed the walls of the alley with its dexterous claws. From high up in the wall, the hunter suddenly made a surprise attack on Yuzhong, hoping to catch its pursuer unawares. Yuzhong's eye flashed with cold light. He reached out his hand and caught the hunter by its tongue on his right hand. The mutant king rat hide protected Yuzhong from the attacks of the hunter, and its tongue could not penetrate through the thick hide. Yuzhong pulled the tongue with his right hand, while using his left hand to aim the stinger gun at the hunter and pulled the trigger. A massive bang rang out from the empty alley and echoed in the surrounding street. The shot had been a head hit, and the head of the hunter was blown apart by the force of the stinger gun. The headless corpse collapsed lifelessly from the wall. With a massive thud, it dropped to the floor and dropped a green-color treasure box. The chance of having any items seemed to be getting lower and lower. Yu Zhong thought as he walked forwards and retrieved the box. Then he kept the box in his spatial ring. When Yu Zhong and Ji Qing Wu defeated 4 hunters in the newbie village, each of the hunters dropped a skill book and an item. This time, Yu Zhong had killed over 10 hunters, but there were only 2 green color treasure boxes. The rest of the items were white color treasure boxes. Not long after, a team of special police force finally reached the area and began to maintain order in the region. The forces in the survivor camp were spread too thin, and most of the special police force members had been assigned to defend the walls. Otherwise, the hunter would not find it so easy to enter this area. Save me! Save me! I am Secretary Zhang's wife. You cannot treat me like this. Save me, I don't want to die. I was not scratched by the hunter. This injury was due to me tripping on the pavement as I tried to make my escape. I am a delegate. How dare you arrest me? I am the chairman of the Ning Group. Chen Jianfeng is my friend. If you dare to touch me, I will skin you alive. These special police force immediately began to act on the orders of their superiors, and arrested all the men who were injured. If these men were normal survivors, these police would have immediately shot them. But the people from the special administration regions are all V.I.P.S., and many of them have close relationships with their bosses. These special police could only handcuff them and restrain them. Even then, many of those who were arrested began to cry loudly. Some of them shouted as they tried to explain their wounds. Some of them tried to intimate the special police force members with their status, and the entire area erupted in chaos. A captain of the special police force was perspiring heavily as he shouted, "Everyone remain calm. All we are doing is to detain you for half an hour. If there are no unforeseen changes, everyone may leave." If these people were ordinary survivors, the special police force members would have used their baton to knock out the teeth of the survivors to get them to shut up. But the special police force members dare not to use force against these men who had connections to their superiors. Bang! At this time, from the side, there suddenly rang out a gunshot. A white dog was shot dead as the bullet tore a hole in its head. The captain of the special police force turned his head and saw Yu Zhong holding a Type 54 handgun, as he mercilessly shot the dog. "Oh, my precious! My darling!" A woman who was about 32 to 33 years old, with fair skin suddenly wailed out aloud in a shrill moaning voice, as she rushed towards the corpse of her dog. Translator joke. Did anyone think of Gollum from Lord of the Rings? J. The gorgeous woman's eyes were bloodshot with rage, and at the same time, seemed to be full of grief. She rushed towards Yu Zhong and tried to slap him. "You demon! You killed my precious! I will not forgive you!" The dog is her most treasured pet, and she had treated the dog like a daughter. Although this was after the apocalypse, the dog was still fed the most exceptional dog food. This high-class dog food was made from high-quality beef. If the dog food were placed in the survivor camp among the regular survivors, that would be a feast. For just a can of dog food, many men were willing to kill. Fuck you. This thing has been infected. If I don't kill it, it will kill you all. Yu Zhong had been fighting all day since this morning, and had to travel around the survivor camp to save as many people as possible. He had rushed all the way here to save the people in the special administrative region from the hunter, only to yelled at by a woman who could not differentiate if her pet was infected or not. His heart was too tired to remain calm. Anger burned within him as he easily dodged the slap and instead slapped the woman. His slap knocked out several of her teeth. The woman's face also immediately turned swollen. This rich lady was knocked down onto the ground, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. She pointed towards the captain of the special police force and shouted loudly, "You dared to hit me? How dare you? Zhang Jie, if you still want to be the captain of the special police force, you better arrest this bastard." The captain of the special police force walked forwards with 2 more men. When they saw Yu Zhong's face, they immediately turned pale, and they walked towards the wealthy woman and discreetly whispered, "Madam Shi, this man is the Yu Zhong from Stone Horse Village." Listening to Zhang Jie's words, the woman also turned pale. But with eyes full of poison she glared at Yu Zhong and screamed, "So what if you are Stone Horse Village's Yu Zhong? Does that mean you can anyhow hit anyone? You hit a woman, are you still a man? You are now in Long High Survivor Camp and not Stone Horse Village. If you have the ability, come and kill me." The woman is the wife of the Deputy Secretary of Long High Survival Camp. If Yu Zhong kills anyone here, then the men holding power in Long High Survival Camp will not sit still. If he wants to work with the Survivor Camp, then she would not be in any danger. Yu Zhong just glanced at the woman and smiled. "Since you desire to die, I will grant you your wish." Zhang Jie felt a chill and drew his gun and stood in front of that woman. He wants to prevent Yu Zhong from hurting anyone. Yu Zhong moved at the same time as Zhang Jie, and he kicked Zhang Jie. The force of his kick sent Zhang Jie flying for a few meters. "Oh shit!" Zhang Jie had just landed when he quickly get up. "Save me, save me!" At the same time, the woman was screaming aloud. Zhang Jie turned his head and saw a zombie cat that was fanatically attacking the woman. With each bite, it tore apart a large chunk of the woman's flesh. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, and she sobbed as she tried to drive away the infected cat. But she was frail and weak, and try as she might, she could not shake off the infected cat. At the same time, all the other people in the area all avoided her and cleared the area near her. Not one of them was willing to help the woman. The zombie cat was infected and now carried the zombie virus. If the cat had scratched them, they would also be infected. Nobody was willing to do such a dangerous thing. Chapter 188. The Stage Turns. Zombie Cat. Agility Type. Special Skill. Viral Infection. Yu Zhong coldly stared at the zombie cat, and this information seemed to flash in front of his eyes. "Save me! Save me!" The gorgeous lady saw that the rest of the men had retreated to a safe distance away, and she despaired. She tried to fend off the cat while asking Yu Zhong for help. Yu Zhong just glanced at the struggling woman and stepped back, while replying, "Sorry, saving you is not part of my mission." Yu Zhong is a petty man who bore grudges, and he refused to save this woman who did not appreciate the fact that he had saved her from her infected dog. Zhang Jie immediately shouted out a command to his men who were standing close by, "Kill the darn cat." The man replied, "Captain Zhang, the cat is currently on top of Madame Shi's body. We have no confidence that we can kill the cat without hurting Madame Shi." The infected cat was on top of Madame Shi. If the men shoot the cat, there would be no guarantee that the bullet would not accidentally hit Madame Shi. Zhang Jie considered for a moment. He gritted his teeth before approaching Yu Zhong for help. "Yu Zhong, please help to kill the zombie cat. Not for her, but for the rest of the men. Please, I am begging you." Right now, Yu Zhong is the only one capable of killing the zombie cat without hurting Madame Shi. Zhang Jie is not willing to risk his men's life to attempt to save Madame Shi, who had been infected with the zombie virus. He is also not prepared to shoot the cat and kill the cat and Madame Shi, at least not before Madame Shi had transformed into a zombie. He had no desire whatever to face the wrath of her husband. Yu Zhong glanced at Zhang Jie and looked at the crowd of the frightened survivors. Then he stepped forwards, and a flash of light from his Tang saber appeared, and the zombie cat was chopped into two. "It hurts. I want a doctor. I want a doctor." As soon as she discovered that the zombie cat was dead, she immediately cried out aloud, requesting for medical aid. By this time, her body was missing chunks of flesh, and she was covered with blood, scaring the onlookers. Yu Zhong looked the woman and immediately turned towards Zhang Jie. "She is already infected. You know that. Why didn't you shoot her?" Zhang Jie's face was full of bitterness as he replied, "She is the wife of Secretary Gu. If I shot her before she turned into a zombie, I can forget about being a police officer. Yuzhong looked at the various animals in the Special Administrative Region and raised his eyebrows as he advised, "In my opinion, you should shoot all the cats and dogs here. There is a high probability that these creatures are all infected with the zombie virus." "No. Please don't do this. I love dogs. I used to keep a dog." Does the author had anything against animals? The cat and the dogs transformed to turn into zombie very quickly once they are infected. And their changes are very scary. A standard zombie is level 1, but an infected cat is level 10. Just one infected cat was able to create chaos in the area. I can't do that. These cats and dogs are the pets of these influential men and women. Without the orders from the top, I cannot kill them. Each of the men in the Special Administrative Region had high status and participated in the decision-making of Long High Survival Camp at the executive level. All of the men in the Special Police Force had no intention to offend anyone here, at least not without orders from their superiors. This matter concerned their survival. They might lose their job and starve to death like the commoners in Long High Survivor Camp. Yuzhong's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say a word as he left the area. Right now, he is not Big Cliff Village nor Stone Horse Village. In these two villages, just a word from Yuzhong, and men will swiftly carry out the task. Currently, he is standing in Long High Survivor Camp. Right now, the two parties are in a joint alliance to fight against the zombies. He is not willing to compromise their current partnership just because of a small matter. At this moment, Yuzhong's team could not withstand a horde of 100,000 zombies by themselves. The alliance is needed to fight against this formidable, common enemy. The Special Police Force will have their hands full circumnavigating the swamp of politics while keeping the residents safe. As far as he is concerned, he had already achieved what he had set out to do: kill the hunter. Let these men deal with whatever else crop out. Seeing that Yuzhong had turned to leave, Zhang Jie was about to say something, but he hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything and watched Yuzhong as he left the area. As he returned to the east gate which he guards, he found that several zombies had been thrown onto the wall and was immediately hacked apart by the men guarding the gate. Yuzhong silently observed the situation and found that most of the zombies were your standard, everyday zombies, and posed little threat to these men. Only the evolved zombies could present problems for these men who were protected by their water python snakeskin armor. After watching for a while, he informed Kong Tianyu, "Please get the prisoners from the prisoners' first platoon." Kong Tianyu immediately carried out the order, and very quickly, 36 prisoners of war arrived. Strongman Gao was also assigned to the first platoon. He and the rest of the prisoners stood in an orderly manner in front of Yuzhong and await Yuzhong's orders. Yuzhong activated his Art of Fear skill. Instantly a terrifying aura emerged from him. All the prisoners were cowed by the skill, and felt as if they were tossed into the sea of zombies and being eaten alive. They could not stop trembling and shaking. So scary. Is this Captain Yu's power? It is really frightening. Strongman Gao was a brave man, but under the effects of the Art of the Fear skill, he could not help feeling weak in his legs. He dropped onto the floor and panted heavily as he tried to fight off the fear. But his eyes reveal his fears. The rest of the prisoners did not fare any better. Many of them also collapsed onto the ground and whimpered in fear. Some of the men even peed in their pants. Seeing that all of the men had been cowed into submission, Yuzhong deactivated his skill. He spoke, "All of you had committed grave crimes. Normally I would shoot you, but I made a promise that if you surrendered I would not kill you. Now I give you a chance to redeem yourselves. All you have to do is to kill 30 zombies to redeem yourselves. Once you hit the target, I will grant you the same rights as an ordinary citizen, or maybe you could be a warrior." Given your current strength, 30 zombies is not a small number. Most of you could not even reach this number with your current strength. Now, I will grant you the keys to unlock your potential. Take these items and fight. Then you will grow stronger as you evolve. If you are willing to be my men and sell your lives to me, you will be well fed, have a home and even a wife. As soon as he finished his speech, he waved his hand, and 36 Tang imitation swords appeared in a pile in front of the men. Once strongman Gao saw the weapon, his eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and immediately grabbed a sword. This is a weapon from the system, he thought. Weapons from the system is a key to the door of evolution. Without items from the system, even if they killed hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts, they will not evolve. All of the prisoners understood this point. They immediately picked up a Tang imitation sword, and their eyes shone their will to fight. If they fight, they will have a chance to grow stronger. The thought of growing stronger gave them the courage to take a risk. Remember, do not touch any skill books, treasure boxes or coins that were dropped. If you do, you will be shot. I recommend that after you have evolved, put your points on strength and stamina. Now go and kill the zombies. Yu Zhong pointed at the zombies on the wall. The prisoners shouted out a weird battle cry as they took a steel shield and Tang imitation sword and charged towards the wall. The third and fourth close combat team members retreated to rest. These prisoners madly and crazily hacked apart the zombies with a fierce passion. Most of the men had some experience in fighting the zombies, and were no longer afraid of these slow-moving creatures. Now that they have a Tang imitation sword, they must kill zombies to evolve and grow stronger. In this post-apocalypse world, having more strength means a better life. After Zhao Xian had retreated, he asked Yu Zhong, "Captain Yu, why did you let us retreat?" Now that the wall does not have any evolved zombies, the third and fourth squad was having a merry time killing the zombies. To them, slaying a zombie was no different from killing a chicken or a dog. Also, they could gain experience orbs. Many men could not understand why Yu Zhong made this decision. Yu Zhong explained, "Our strength is currently too weak. We need to continuously strengthen our forces. You guys take a short rest first. We will need you and your team in battle again soon." Zhao Xian did not quite understand, but still he led his men away to rest. Skill book. After killing a zombie, a skill book dropped from the corpse of the zombie. Once the skill book appears, all the men in the nearby area seem to turn green with jealousy and greed. They crept nearer towards the skill book. One of the prisoner's eyes appeared to be full of desire as he stretched out his hands in an attempt to grab the book. A skill book represents a powerful skill, and all of the men knew about this. The lure of power tempted many prisoners. Bang! A shot rang out. The prisoner who grabbed skill book suddenly had a bloody hole in his head, and as he collapsed, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The rest of the prisoners were surprised, and they looked towards the direction where the bullet was fired from. They saw that there were men who had Type 03 assault rifles pointed towards them. The prisoner's heart turned cold, and they dare not even to take another glance at the skill book. Instead, they focused on killing more zombies. A soldier walked up and took the skill book and all the surrounding system coins. Many men also continuously dragged or tossed the corpses of zombies down the wall. Thankfully, the zombies' commander had no more new tactics and could only try to overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Zombies after zombies were continuously lurched at the gates and killed by the defenders. The corpses of these zombies were tossed into a massive bonfire. The battle continued until nightfall, and Yu Zhong rotated the prisoners and newly trained soldiers to take turns to slay zombies. A few men were careless and were injured by the zombies and became infected. They were shot immediately. Most of the prisoners and newly trained soldiers had evolved to level 2. At the same time, they overcome their fear of the zombies. A typical human only needs to kill about 3 zombies with a weapon from the system to evolve to level 2. But the level 7 evolvers needs to kill tens of zombies to gain a level. For high-level evolvers like Yuzhong, he needs to kill thousands of zombies to gain a level. Having the prisoners and the recruits use Tang imitation swords and take turns killing the zombie horde could raise their level quickly. To ensure that they could withstand the might of a 100,000 zombie army, Yuzhong had no choice but to allow them to become evolvers. Chapter 189. The Sea of Zombies Temporary Retreat. After carefully observing the zombies, Yuzhong suddenly activated his encompassing body armor skill. White bone immediately merged with Yuzhong to form a bone armor. Then he immediately ordered, "Fire all weapons." Under Yuzhong's command, the men guarding the east gate immediately let all hell break loose upon the sea of zombies. Under the combined storm of the machine guns mixed with heavy artillery shells, many of the zombies seemed to drop down by the dozens. The carnage among the zombies was fields of wheat being harvested by sickles. Everywhere the bullet flew, zombies would drop down. Even the massive and extremely tough L2 zombies were also mowed down, as the armor-penetrating bullets ripped holes in their bodies. "Cease fire. All elite marksmen, support me with covering fire. Our target are the H1 zombies." After Yuzhong gave the order, he quickly stretches out his hand, and a bone spike reaches into the ground and quickly formed a bone ladder. With this bone ladder, he quickly descended the wall and faced the horde of zombies. Little Greenie was soaring in the sky when it spotted an opportunity. It also took advantage of the bullet storm where most of the zombies were still struggling to get up. Like a bolt of green lightning, it tore apart an H1 zombie. As soon as Yuzhong landed, he immediately rushed at full speed towards where the H1 zombies were. These H1 zombies who can shoot fireballs with devastating effectiveness are the greatest threat to Yuzhong's army. With the H1 zombies providing covering fireballs, the elite marksmen dare not to raise their heads too high to snipe at the zombies. Also, the power of the fireballs could not be disputed. Each fireball had the terrible destructive power that could bomb a jeep into oblivion. If these zombies continued to remain in the sea of zombies, even Yuzhong's team would have a hard time with them. Without the oppressive power of the hail of bullets, many of these zombies slowly picked themselves up from the ground. For those that had their body cut into halves, their upper body continued to crawl towards Yuzhong. The area surrounding Yuzhong was filling with the scene of zombies that were rising again. For each step that Yuzhong took, he would involuntarily step on some limbs, rotten body parts or disgusting bits of shredded flesh. With the numerous zombies that were slowly getting up, it was as if Yuzhong had stepped into hell. The L2 zombies recovered much faster than the normal zombies, and got up relatively quickly. They attempt to surround Yuzhong. The group of H1 zombies also changed their aim as they turned their heads towards Yuzhong. The next second, Yuzhong's sense of danger kicked into overdrive as he sensed impending doom coming his way. He immediately activated his Shadow Steps skill. This skill grants him a massive increase in agility, and like a ghost, he seemed to disappear from the area as he navigated through the sea of zombies. 20 fireballs emerged and shot towards Yuzhong. Although his speed was outstanding, he did not manage to escape unscathed from chained attack. 2 of the fireballs landed on his body. The mutant king rat-hide armor managed to prevent the fireballs from piercing holes in his body, but even then, the force behind the 2 fireballs was no joking matter, as the impact sent Yuzhong flying for 7 to 8 meters. Many of his bones were fractured, and he felt pain all over his body. If not for the fact that Yuzhong's body is thrice as sturdy as a typical human, even with the mutant king rat-hide armor, this blow would have shattered all the bones in his body, killing him instantly. Bang! Bang! After the H1 zombies had fired their fireballs, the sounds of several gunshots rang out. One after another, holes suddenly appeared in the heads of the H1 zombies. Each H1 zombie that were hit collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The snipers on the wall had engaged the H1 zombies and took the opportunity to snipe at them. Each H1 zombie may possess incredible attack power, but they were physically fragile. Even regular bullets can penetrate their bodies, not to mention the snipers' specialized rounds. Each of the snipers had unerring accuracy. After 3 rounds of shots rang out, all of the H1 zombies had been decimated. But the hides of L2 zombies were too tough. Only at a very close range would the sniper rifles be effective, or only specially made explosive bullets that would blow apart the head with each hit could hurt them. Yu Zhong had a limited supply of large-caliber shells and large-caliber sniper rifle bullet. Therefore, if there is no need to, he prefers not to let the shooters use these bullets to bomb the L2 zombie's head. Looks like when there is a chance, I must also improve my vitality attribute as well, thought Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong crawled up from the ground and equipped the Tang saber. With this weapon, he was easily able to cleave through the standard zombies around him. He was very pale. The bone where the fireball had struck is likely to be shattered. His clothes were in tatters, and the pain screamed out each time he swings his saber. The Tang saber is much sharper than the Tang imitation sword by at least 5 times. Cut through the zombies like a hot knife through butter. The evolved L1, S1 and L2 zombies also surrounded Yu Zhong from all directions. On the wall, the sound of gunshots unceasingly rang out. Other than the L2 zombies, most of the evolved zombies were shot dead by the elite marksman. Without the threat of H1 zombies, Little Greenie shows off his might. It dived and ripped off the head of an L2 zombie, and escaped before the slow zombies could retaliate. Then it repeated its actions on other L2 zombies. Yu Zhong charged at full speed towards the L2 zombie. In no time at all, he reached the front of an L2 zombie. A massive towering fist crushed towards Yu Zhong as the L2 zombie tried to smash the puny human in front of it into pieces. With a very slight movement, Yu Zhong managed to avoid the blow, and chopped his Tang saber at the neck of the L2 zombie. The sharpness of the sword and Yu Zhong's enhanced strength could only open a large hole in the neck, but did not manage to fully decapitate the L2 zombie. Another massive fist punched out towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong kept his saber and stepped aside, narrowly avoiding the death blow. The L2 toughness is really extraordinary. Looks that a level 2 Tang blade is not enough to finish off an L2 zombie. I need to have a much higher strength to cut off its head with one blow. Yu Zhong used his superior speed to reach the back of the L2 zombie, and kicked at the L2 zombie with all his might. He was able to knock the L2 off balance, and the L2 fell heavily to the floor, crushing a few zombies in its fall. He immediately stepped on the L2's head and activated his Devil Fire skill, and burned the L2 head into ashes. He just took off his clothes and wore his red underwear. Using Devil Fire with his foot? Holy shit! Keeping the items that the L2 had dropped with a single swipe, Yu Zhong continued to wave his Tang saber, and easily cleaved apart an L1 and an S1 zombie that charged towards him. He then grabbed the opportunity to rush towards another L2 zombie. Like a panther, Yu Zhong used the L2 zombie's legs as leverage to climb to the back of the L2 zombie. He reached out with a hand and placed it on the massive L2 zombie's head. A blast of Devil Fire emerged, and the L2 zombie's head also turned into ash. Without the threat of H1 zombies, under the protection of the snipers, Yu Zhong was like a shark in the sea of tiny fishes. There were too many zombies for Yu Zhong to avoid, and many zombies had managed to land a hit on him. However, the attack of the standard zombies could not even scratch the bone armor, while a swing of his Tang saber would readily cleave apart all but the mighty L2 zombies. Yu Zhong only dared to dive into the ocean of zombies as he had multiple layers of protective clothes. He had the bone armor that was formed from merging with white bones. He had a water python snakeskin armor. Also, he was wearing the mutant king rat's hide armor. As well, he was wearing a level 3 vest from the system to protect him. With so many layers of protection, he was quite safe, even among the horde of zombies. Without these protections, he would had long been infected with the zombie virus and turned into one of them. As Yu Zhong used his devil fire to burn off the head of the 20th L2 zombie, suddenly the sea of zombies seemed to retreat like it was experiencing low tide. The evolved zombies were the fastest to run. They ran at the head of the pack, as if spearheading the retreat. These evolved zombies are the main weapons that the Z series of Commander Zombie use to kill the men. Without the evolved zombies, it would be tough, if not impossible, to destroy the walls of the survivor camp. Little Greenie was not going to let go of this excellent opportunity. Like Yu Zhong, it had no qualms about stabbing retreating zombies in the back. It rapidly drove down like lightning on the retreating zombies, and managed to slay 3 more L2 zombies before flying back to the city wall in satisfaction. It is unclear that there were how many H1 zombies among the sea of zombies, but Yu Zhong was not willing to risk the life of little Greenie to find out. Looking at the retreating zombies, Yu Zhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. He used another bone spike to create a bone ladder to return to the top of the wall. After the wave of zombies were driven back, it is time to examine the loss and gains, clear up the battlefield, eat and rest, and so on. After the first day of battle, the entire survival camp had destroyed close to 15,000 zombies, but at the same, more than 400 men were lost. The west, north, and south gates had lost the most number of men. Most of those who perished were killed in new tactics that launched the first wave of zombies, where the S2 zombies, hunter zombies, and L1 zombies attacked in force. After these zombies had been taken care of, the number of men who fell in battle dropped significantly. But this fight was very costly for the Longhai survival camp regarding resources. In the span of one day, about 1/3 of the ammunitions were spent. The biggest waste of ammo was when Lei Cheng's new troops did not have much combat experience, and madly fired at the zombies from afar, losing an enormous number of bullets. After the evolvers and survivors had entered the fray, the wastage of ammunition was kept to a minimum. In this battle, Yu Zhong had gained 13 skill books, 42 white color treasure box, 4 green color treasure box, and 2,000 system coins. Of the 13 treasure books there were 2 level 1 Earth Spike skill book, 1 level 2 High Speed Movement, 1 level 2 Solid as Rocks, 1 level 2 Mastery of Languages, 1 level 3 Night Vision, 3 level 1 skill book Accelerate, 3 level 1 skill book Summon Skeleton, 1 level 3 skill book Illusion. Of the 42 white color treasure box, 10 of the boxes were empty. The rest of boxes yield 20 Tang imitation swords, 2 level 1 protective vest, 3 pairs of white gloves, 3 pairs of strength enchanting shoes, and 2 sticks of beginner's staff. The 4 green boxes yield a level 2 Tang saber, a level 2 protective vest, a level 2 white cloak, and a level 3 strength enhancing ring. Level 1 Earth Spike. You may summon a 2M spike of earth of attack your enemies. Cost 6 spiritual power points. The non-mage class may only cast this spell once a day, unless the user level the skill up to level 2. Will consume 100 system coins if you learn this skill. Level 2 Solid as Rock. Using this skill will allow you to increase your endurance by 30 points for 30 seconds. Using this skill will cost 15 stamina points. Level 3 Night Vision. Allow you to see in the dark. Passive skill. Level 1 skill. Summon Skeleton. This skill will summon a weak skeleton to fight alongside you. Each summons will cost 5 points of spiritual power. You are limited to summoning 5 skeletons. Level 3 Ability. Illusion. This skill can make enemies panic and create chaos and confusion among enemies. Activating this skill will cost 5 points of spiritual power and 5 points of stamina. Each second of maintaining this spell will drain 4 points of spiritual power. This skill is not effective against creatures who have more spiritual power than yourself. The greater the difference between your spiritual power and your target's spiritual power, the more effective the illusion seemed to be. Level 2 item, White Cloak. Wearing this cloak increase your endurance by +3. Level 3 item, Strength Enhancing Ring. Wearing this ring increase your strength by +6. Chapter 190. Lei Qing fled. Yu Zhong gave all the items to his men, but he kept the strength-enhancing ring and the white cloak. Having received the skill book and items, Yu Zhong's men seemed to grow in power. Ji Qing Wu's Tang imitation sword had been swapped with the much sharper Tang saber. With her enhanced cutting-edge skill, even the mutant Rat King would find it hard to resist being sliced apart by her skill. That night, after Yu Zhong had his dinner, he brought the first team and the second team to observe the situation. The Z series of zombies had suddenly displayed intelligence and was able to use the evolved zombie to spread chaos among the defenders. If not for the powerful evolvers in the Yu Zhong's team guarding the East Gate, the survivor camp would have fallen by now. Yu Zhong dared not to underestimate the Z series zombie. The Z series zombie may not be as smart as humans, but with an army of 100,000 zombies, it could overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Just one mistake and the survivor camp would be overrun. In a large villa, Lei Qing looked at his son Lei Xing and asked, "Have you finished your preparations?" Lei Xing raises his eyebrows as he spoke. "Dad, do we really need to do this? Now we should still be able to hold on." Lei Qing scolded his son, "You idiot! Had you not seen the reality? If we go on, all our men will be killed. Even if we protected the survivor camp, if all our men are killed, there is no meaning to this. While we may not necessarily need to leave, we need to make the appropriate preparations so that in the case of emergencies, we will be ready to flee." Lei Xing immediately fled from the room. "I will immediately make the necessary preparations." Lei Qing sighed. He stood up from the chair and walked towards the window. He stared at the moon outside, and his eyes seemed to flash with countless thoughts. Under the cover of that night, although all seemed to be calm in Longhai survivor camp, under the facade, the schemes and ploys of men were set in motion. In the morning, at the first light, the sea of zombie returned like the high tide, and surround the area on all sides. With the benefit of their previous experience, all the commanders guarding the gates only allow their men to shoot at the zombies, and aim for the head of the zombies. The zombies were nothing but target practice for the new soldiers to gain more shooting experience. What is happening? Why are there no evolved zombies? Yu Zhong observed the situation, and immediately discovered something is wrong. Although there are throngs of zombies there was no sight of a single massive L2 zombie. Without any L2 zombies, the standard zombies did not pose any threat to the soldiers, and were nothing more than target practice for Yu Zhong's men. Just as Yu Zhong could not make heads or tails of the situation, at the West Gate, suddenly over 160 L2 zombies and L1 zombies appeared. They host up over 70 H1 zombies. As soon as the 70 zombies appeared, only 10 of these zombies fired the fireballs. These fireballs burn with searing intensity, and in a short while 3 new soldiers and 2 snipers were turned into ash. The 160 L2 zombies immediately caught S1 zombies near them and hurled them towards the top of the wall. In a few moments, suddenly slightly over 100 S1 zombies were successfully launched at the wall. In the West Gate, there were 3 evolvers and 46 survivors wielding machetes. The defender killed only slightly more than 10 S1 zombies. The rest of S1 zombies were like an unstoppable tornado as they ripped into the ranks of the evolvers and the survivors. Along the way, the defenders who were in the way of these whirlwinds of death were promptly torn to shreds. As the S1 zombies reached the ranks of the men, they used their claws to stab at the soft belly of the men, and then gorge on the intestines and stomach that spilled out from the wounds. The survivors that did not die from the hit howled in agony, and their screams lowered the morale of the other survivors. Seeing how fierce and scary these S1 zombies were, the rest of the survivors lost their will to fight and rushed down the wall like a torrent of water. Damn it! The situation had developed accordingly to what my dad had predicted, Lei Xing thought. Seeing this situation, Lei Qing turned pale and immediately grabbed Su Jinggang by the collar and shouted out aloud, "Platoon Leader Su, I command you to hold the fort. Even if all the men were killed, and you are the only defender left, you must not allow these things to enter the survivor camp. Do you understand?" Su Jinggang's face was full of determination as he replied, "Yes, Commander Lei." As Su Jinggang returned to the camp, Lei Qing immediately sat in a military jeep and drove off. Not long after, the doors of the south gate was opened wide and 5 IFVs, 12 machine guns installed car, 26 Hummers, 12 Dongfeng lorries, 7 modified bus and 4 tankers sped out of the Longhai survival camp. Looking at the vehicles, numerous zombies surrounded the vehicles and sought to block the road in front of the cars. The Type ZSL-92 armor IFV-1 was covered in thick armor. Along the way, it flung aside all the ordinary zombies as it knocked them down and crushed them underfoot. Regular zombies could not penetrate the armor of this vehicle. Under the might of the IFVs, the standard zombies could not even have the strength to resist. The reason the military could clear Longhai survivor camp of zombies was, in no small part, due to the might of these vehicles. The vehicles behind closely followed after the bloody path that the IFVs had opened up and escaped out of the survivor camp. Once the vast number of cars left, they left the south gate wide opened, and massive swarms of zombies entered into the city. Captain Yu! Captain Yu! Lei Qing had fled with his men. Just when Yu Zhong was suspicious of the behavior of the zombies, the walkie-talkie suddenly ranged out. From the other end was the voice of a team member who was shocked and disappointed. "Damn this bastard!" Hearing this report, it was like a bomb had detonated inside Yu Zhong's head. Lei Qing may not be a good man, but his military soldiers are not to be underestimated. If not for Lei Qing's putting in all his strength to resist the zombie invasion, it is likely the zombies would have overwhelmed the survivor camp on its first day. Yu Zhong could not hope to defend the entire camp by himself. His men may be top-notched, but he did not have enough men. Which gate did he escape from? What is the situation there? With great difficulty, Yu Zhong forced himself to remain calm, and asked the one who reported the situation. If all 3 gates were breached, Yu Zhong could only immediately lead his men to leave the area. Without the walls, nothing is stopping the zombies. Without preparations, there is no hope of fighting a 100,000 zombie army. The south gate is lost. A massive number of zombies had entered the city, and it is chaos in the city. I understand. As soon as the sound had stopped, from the walkie-talkie came the urgent voice of Su Jinggang. "Yu Zhong, I am Su Jinggang. The situation in the west gate is critical. I could only hold on for 5 more minutes. I need your help." Yu Zhong replied, "You hold on for 5 more minutes. Within 5 minutes, I will definitely bring men and arrive to help you." He immediately made his decision. Kong Tianyu, Chen Shirtu, Zhao Xing, Xiao Ming. The 4 of you bring all your men with you to the south gate. Lang Zi, bring 2 squad with you and follow Kong Tianyu. Your job is to maintain order. If you see anyone setting fire or robbing or raping, etc., kill them immediately. Ji Qing Wu, by he and I will bring the 1st, 3rd and 4th Evolvers squad to support Su Jinggang. Wang Shuang, you are the highest-ranked commander over here. If there are any refugees, accept them. Check for any injuries and shoot them if you suspect that they are infected. Also, kill any animals you see immediately. After giving out the commands, Yu Zhong brought 4 teams of Evolvers towards the west gate. Along the way there were chaos everywhere. The survivors had gone crazy and lost all hope. They begin to kill, rob, commit arson, snatch items, rape, etc. It was as if all hell had broken loose, and the worst of humanity had emerged. Looking at the zombie entering the city, most of the survivors had lost all hope. They could not see tomorrow, and were carrying out their darkest desires. A man's eyes were red as he ripped apart a woman's clothes, as if he intended to rape her in front of everyone in broad daylight. The woman screamed for help and was in tears as she shouted with her might, but nobody appeared to help her. Instead, her screams brought forward two more men who were similarly driven insane with lust. Looking at the two men, the first man just smiled and said, "Let's gang rape her." The two men nodded their heads and rushed forwards. One of them tore off the rest of the clothes of the woman, while the other man took off his pants. Bang! A shot rang out. One of the would-be rapists collapsed as a bullet hole emerged from his head. Looking at the dead man, the other two men immediately fled in all directions. The woman who was saved looked up and saw a car driving past at high speed, and it did not show any intention of stopping. Yu Zhong had killed the man, but he did not step up to save the woman. Because right how the situation is critical. He needs to bring men to support Su Jinggang. He did not have the luxury of time to stop the car and rescue the woman. He could only leave this task for Lang Zi and his team. Very quickly, Yu Zhong brought his men towards the west gate. At this time, many of the guns had turned white-hot from overuse. The IFV had stopped firing. Flame King Gu continuously launched fireballs after fireballs to kill S1 zombies. The steel wire net and the steel wire trap had rendered great service, as the net caught several high-speed S1 zombies. Some S1 zombies fell prone as they tripped on the steel wire trap. The men quickly killed each S1 that were trapped. Chapter 191. A very difficult battle. In engaging the S1 zombies in close combat, many survivors had been scratched by the S1 zombies and cried out in pain. These S1 zombies were far more powerful than regular zombies. If Yu Zhong did not have various armors protecting him, he also dared not to fight with more than 20 S1 zombies at a time. Even if he is very careful, it is inevitable that he will be hit by at least one S1 zombie. The unlucky survivors found out the scariness of the S1 zombies the hard way. If not for the fact guns were being pointed at the survivors and that all who retreated will be shot, many of the survivors would have fled a long time ago. The steel wire nets, the trip wire trap and supporting covering fire had helped some survivors to last a bit longer. Even then, once the heavy weapons stopped firing, more and more S1 rushed forwards, and the defense line is at risk of being overwhelmed. Yu Zhong immediately made his way to Su Jinggang and pointed towards an IFV and asked, "Why did you not use the autocannon?" In this critical time, the Type ZPT 90 25mm autocannon is a magnificent weapon. One swept could kill most of the zombies. Su Jinggang's face was full of sorrow as he explained, "No more ammo. If you were just a bit later, we would have been overran with zombies." Without ammo, the IFV is just an armor carrier, and could not show off its power. The lack of ammunition is a deciding factor in swinging the tide between men and zombies. Ji Qingwu, Team 1, Team 3 and Team 4, follow me. Yu Zhong immediately led his forces to attempt to hold the line. He is one of the snipers who took command of the armed squad. He was very calm as he continuously provides covering fire. Each shoot of his will take out an S1 zombie with a headshot. The place seemed to be overran with S1 zombies. Yu Zhong led his team towards the S1 zombies. His speed is incredible and with a flash of his Tang saber, 3 S1 zombies were instantly destroyed. White Bones, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, took out a massive white bone axe and destroyed all incoming S1 zombies like a whirlwind of destruction. Ji Qingwu was not inferior to either of them, as the Tang saber in her hands waved a deadly dance that decapitated a zombie with each hit. Yu Zhong's Tang saber continuously lashed and chopped out, cleaving apart S1 zombies with each hit. He did not use any special skills, and just constantly hack and slash with his saber. More and more S1 zombies perished until his blade. Occasionally, an S1 zombie got lucky and landed a hit on him, but his armor negated any damage done to him. The rest of the men fared no better, and was hit several times by the horde of S1 zombies. But with the water python snakeskin armor, the strikes of the S1 zombies could not hurt them. Instead, any S1 zombies that hit them were slain in the brief period these zombies stopped moving. Each of the S1 zombies are all level 10 beasts. Their deaths dropped large experience orbs for the men, allowing the team to evolve further. This is especially so for the weaker team members in Team 3 and Team 4 squad members. Each kill often results in an instant level up, giving them a huge morale boost. Under Yu Zhong, White Bones and Ji Qingwu's leadership, the four teams continuously kill as they pushed forwards. Each addition's step forward was extremely difficult, due to the chaos and massive numbers of S1 zombie. Yu Zhong team may be powerful, but outside of the gate, there were more than 100 L2 zombies that were unceasing tossing zombies into the city. The number of zombies they killed could not keep up with the rate at which the L2 zombies toss more zombies onto the wall of the city. Each step forwards were getting increasingly difficult. Retreat. Yu Zhong saw that the tide of zombies were unending, and it is impossible to continue this way. Therefore he sounded the order to retreat. If this continues, the four squads will exhaust all their stamina. It would be impossible to climb to the top of the tower gate this way. Under Yu Zhong's command, the four squadrons of men immediately retreat towards the makeshift fortification where Su Jinggang was. Ji Qingwu, come with me. Yu Zhong activated his skill-combined body armor, and carried Ji Qingwu with one hand. Then he fired a bone shard and extended it as he flew up towards the wall. On the wall, Yu Zhong was able to see more than 100 L2 zombies that continuously tossed more and more zombies onto the wall. The wall was already filled to brim with zombies, and the number of zombies continued to increase. Almost all the zombies were evolved zombies. While the first few waves of zombies were all S1 zombies, the later waves of zombies were all L1 zombies. In an army of 100,000 zombies, there were only hundreds zombies that had their second evolution. But there were thousands of zombies that had their first evolution, and these zombies filled the wall. The Z-Series Commander Zombie seemed to have learnt a lesson from yesterday's failure. It sent a large number of normal zombies to surround the entire area to prevent the leaders of the four gates from allocating more soldiers to help the other gate. Then it gathered all its forces to attempt to break down the weakest link, the West Gate. In no time at all, the West Gate was overwhelmed. Yu Zhong tossed a hand grenade into the wall. With a loud bang, the hand grenade cleared a large circle in the walls, as many zombies were blown into pieces. Yu Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and landed on the cleared area. Below the wall, the H1 zombies continuously fired balls of flames onto the walls and created large debris. All the surrounding zombies surrounded Yu Zhong. Protect me! Yu Zhong took out a Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun and fired madly at the H1 zombies. Under the barrage of fire from the powerful weapon, several H1 zombies were shot and dropped onto the floor. Ji Qingwu stood by Yu Zhong's sides, and waved her Tang saber as she slayed several S1 and L1 zombies. She guarded Yu Zhong's back. Little Greenie also reached the wall, and with a flap of its massive wings, 7 to 8 evolved zombies would be sent flying. Its beak can smash apart an evolved zombie's head and kill it. As Yu Zhong was aiming at the H1 zombies, he suddenly felt a warning of danger from his danger sense skill. He immediately squatted down. The next moment, 3 balls of fire landed on the spot where Yu Zhong was standing a second ago, and one of the balls of fire destroyed the Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun. Damn it! Yu Zhong was saddened by the loss of this weapon. This weapon had very good power, and could be deployed in numerous situations. He only had 2 of these firearms in his spatial ring. Yu Zhong took out his last Type 89 QJZ-8 submachine gun and madly fired at the H-1 zombies again. In a short span of time, over 30 H-1 zombies had been slain by the bullet. The H-1 zombie fired at Yu Zhong again. This time, Yu Zhong was well prepared. As soon as the danger sense was activated, he immediately grabbed the gun and crouched down. After the fireballs had missed him, Yu Zhong then picked up the submachine gun and continued to fire at the H-1 zombies. Seeing that the H-1 zombies were being wiped out by Yu Zhong, the L-1 zombies hosted the remaining H-1 zombies. From the mouth of these H-1 zombies, fireball after fireball were launched and struck the wall. All the 90 H-1 zombies should have attacked by now. I should have about 15 minutes grace. Yu Zhong was shooting at the zombies, but at the same time, he was also counting the number of fireballs that were lurched towards him. He turned around and found that Ji Qingwu was perspiring heavily and seemed to be panting. Although the time spent is not very long, but she had to handle a massive number of zombies. This used up her stamina very quickly. Do you still have any more stamina? Yu Zhong stepped up and killed 2 L1 zombies, before asking Ji Qingwu. Yes. Ji Qingwu looked at Yu Zhong, and continued to decapitate another S1 zombie. Yu Zhong laughed and carried Ji Qingwu and jumped down from the wall, towards the zombie side. In the sky, Little Greenie also took advantage of the time when the H-1 zombies could not fire any more fireballs and flew down and destroyed an L-2 zombie. Under the wall, everywhere was filled to the brim with standard zombies. There was nowhere to land, nor was there any safe space. Yu Zhong continuously shoots out bone shards and, using a series of bone shard ladders, made his way towards the group of H-1 zombies. The H-1 zombies are the greatest threat to Yu Zhong. As long as there is even one H-1 zombie, his escape path would be filled with danger. After several bone spike ladders, Yu Zhong reached the cluster of H-1 zombies. He immediately landed down and, with a single stroke of his saber, sliced an H-1 and the L-1 zombie that was supporting the H-1 into 2. The area was full of zombies, and Ji Qingwu began her waving her sword dance and start a massacre. 6 to 7 zombies were killed immediately. But the number of zombies were unending, and continued to creep forwards. She could smell the disgusting thick smell of the zombies' rotten flesh. In the sea of zombie, everywhere was filled with standard zombies. It is very hard for agility-type evolvers like Ji Qingwu to battle. If Ji Qingwu was the only one who fell into the tide of zombie, she would, without a doubt, drown in the sea of zombies. This is not because she is not strong enough, but rather because the number of zombies is too overwhelming and did not give her any space to move about to take advantage of her agility. Yu Zhong's right hand fired a shard of bone, and immediately took him and Ji Qingwu away, towards another H-1 zombie that was lurking nearby. He easily cleaved the zombie into 2. Little Greenie also followed Yu Zhong, and attacked continuously, and destroyed several H-1 zombies. Under Yu Zhong's and Little Greenie's hunt for the H-1 zombie, the H-1 zombies dropped like files. Just when approximately 10 H-1 zombies were remaining, the H-1 zombies suddenly jumped down from the heads of the L-1 zombies and hid themselves among the zombie horde. With the number of zombies in the area, looking for an H-1 zombie is like looking for a needle in a stack of hay. Yu Zhong did not continue to chase the H-1 zombies, but instead used the bone ladder to go towards the L-2 zombies. These L-2 zombies are the main siege machines that lurched more and more zombies to the wall. If these L-2 zombies fall, it will reduce the pressure on the defenders within the wall. In a few seconds, Yu Zhong reached an L-2 zombie. He raised his gun and burst apart an L-2 zombie's head. After destroying the L-2 zombie, Yu Zhong continued to move around and kill more L-2 zombies. Congratulations on reaching level 35. You have gained 2 attributes points. After Yu Zhong had killed about 15 L2 zombies, he finally gained another level and became level 35. Chapter 192. The Mighty IFV. Yu Zhong chose to put his attribute points into agility and stamina, and carried Ji Qingwu as they continued to slay L2 zombies with his stinger gun. Then they would go to the next L2 zombie by swinging from Bone Spike's ladder to Bone Spike's ladders. After so many days of practicing his shooting, he could hit the head of an L2 zombie with 100% accuracy within a range of 50 m. Having discovered this great enemy, the L2 zombies nearby shoved aside the zombies in their way as they charged towards Yu Zhong. With great speed, Yu Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and arrived in front of an L2 zombie. The L2 zombie fists connected on the bone ladder and shattered it in one hit. Ji Qingwu and Yu Zhong began to descend from the sky. Ji Qingwu immediately activated her cutting-edge enhancement skill, and her Tang saber seemed to flash out a ray of light. The extremely tough L2 zombies that could resist bullets could not resist the sharpness of her saber and was cleaved in two. Amazing! Her special skill is indeed the bane of these L2 zombies. Looking at the ease in which Ji Qingwu sliced apart the L2 zombies, Yu Zhong could not help praising Ji Qingwu. As soon as Ji Qing and Yu Zhong landed on the ground, the surrounding zombies all crept forward to attack. Yu Zhong ignored these zombies, and again, he held on to Ji Qingwu's waist as he fired another bone shard and rose upwards. Then he charged towards the next L2 zombie. The L2 zombie also quickly fell to Ji Qingwu's sword, and a massive globe of experience orb entered into Ji Qingwu's body. Ji Qingwu finally leveled up. Under Yu Zhong's guidance, Ji Qingwu continuously used her blade to kill the higher-level L2 zombies. Her level continued to raise, and she reached level 20. After Ji Qingwu, Yu Zhong and Little Greenie killed about 80 L2 zombies. Yu Zhong carried Ji Qingwu and jumped onto Little Greenie's back. Little Greenie carried them back towards the city. At this time, Ji Qingwu was running very low on stamina, and she could not continue to battle. Although the cutting-edge enhancement is very powerful, it also drains stamina rapidly. In one attack, over 100 L2 zombies were killed, and only about 60 L2 zombies remain. These L2 zombies continued to throw more zombies towards the wall, but the rate at which they were throwing had decreased by a lot. The pressure on the defenders also reduced by a corresponding amount. When Yu Zhong returned to the West Gate, he found that the 4 squads of evolvers were still fighting the zombies, but many of them looked exhausted. In fighting with a huge number of zombies, the stamina and spiritual power deplete at an astonishing rate. Most of the evolvers can kill over 100 zombies in a day, but only if there are periods of lull time in between for them to rest and recharge their stamina. Against a horde of zombies, they could only kill about 20 each. When facing a group of zombies, they must continuously attack and hack apart the zombies without any break. The pressure is very taxing on them physically and mentally, and the rate at which their stamina and spiritual power get drained is also very rapid. Looking at the situation, Yu Zhong immediately summoned Wang Shuang and ordered, "Quickly make arrangements for men to bring 2 higher-level squads of prisoners. He needs to have 2 more squad of men before he could retaliate against the zombies and regain control of the West Gate." "Yes, Captain Yu." Not long after, 2 vehicles carrying the prisoners arrived. After equipping the Tang sword and the steel shields, the prisoners charged towards the wall. Yu Zhong had been investing his points into stamina at each level. At this time, he still feels energetic. He took the lead together with White Bones and brought his men to attempt to take back the wall. Without the threat of H1 zombies attacking it, Little Greenie continuously destroyed L2 zombies with its sharp claws. It took Yu Zhong over 1 hour to kill all the zombie and retake the west wall. But 12 of the prisoners were infected with the zombie virus. L2 zombies continued to perish under Little Greenie's might. When there were only about 20 L2 zombies left, Yuzhong allowed Little Greenie to hunt the zombies as it desires. 20 L2 zombies could no longer pose any threat to the west gate. Yuzhong had not even taken a rest when the walkie-talkie sounded out Kong Tianyu's distress signal. Yuzhong, I am requesting support at the south gate. Right now, we managed to stop the zombies from continuing to enter the city, but we do not have enough men to retake the south gate. Please send us some support. Is there a lot of evolved zombies in the south gate? Yuzhong asked. Kong Tianyu replied, No. There are no evolved zombies. However, the number of normal zombies is way too many. No matter how many we killed, there are always more to be killed. We were forced to retreat due to their overwhelming numbers. Kong Tianyu's 4 squads of men were all evolvers, but the number of zombies is unending. They were severely outnumbered and could only retreat. All right, I understand. I immediately bring some soldier to support you. Before that, help me stop the speed at which the zombies enter the city. Yuzhong had just finished his conversation with Kong Tianyu when he spied the IFV. He immediately asked Su Jinggang, Is this still operational? Su Jinggang replied, It can still move for about 60 kilometers more. Drive. We need to support the south gate. Yuzhong grabbed Su Jinggang leapt into IFV. The IFV was quickly started and driven towards the south gate. All exits along the main road from the south gate had been sealed with steel wire mesh. The alleys and streets branching from main road were blocked and sealed. There was only one way in which the zombies may travel on the main road. The main road was about 1,000 m long, and it was filled with massive numbers of zombies. At the front of the zombie horde, 46 evolvers were like monkeys as they jumped forwards to kill the zombies at the front of the zombie throng, and immediately leaping back to avoid the retaliation of the zombies. There were too many zombies, and the zombies seemed to pour into the street like a river. Those zombies that collapsed were stepped on by the next wave of zombies and continued to advance. Yuzhong's men also dared not to charge into the river of zombies. They were afraid of being surrounded. Although each of them was wearing water python snakeskin armor, they would also be smashed into meat paste if they were continuously attacked on all sides, or even worse, stepped on by so many zombies. This type of attack and retreat tactics, while effective, trended to deplete stamina at a very fast rate. Many of the men were breathing heavily. If not for the fact that they all have continuously improved on their strength and stamina, they could not have lasted so long. Just when the men were feeling totally exhausted, an IFV charged in and rammed against the zombies. The standard zombies that knocked by the IFV fell onto the floor. The IFV weighs several tons. Therefore, it is no surprise that the zombies were crushed into meat paste under the wheels of the vehicle. The IFV seemed to open up a path among the zombies as it charged through the middle of the road and mowed down the zombies in its path. Only the zombies on left or right side of the road remained standing. Seeing this, the morale of the men all rose sharply. Kong Tianyu shouted loudly as he rushed towards the remaining zombies, Captain, you had brought reinforcements. Attack! Under the leadership of Kong Tianyu, the 4 squads of men renewed their vigor as they hacked the zombies apart. Under the might of the IFV, most of the zombies were mowed down. Under Yuzhong's command, the IFV continued to charge out of the gate, and continued to trample zombies in front of it. Right now, there were too many zombies, and the IFV could thin out the herd. Not long after, 2 more squads of men arrive, and joined Kong Tianyu to decimate the remaining zombies. After making sure the situation is stable, Yuzhong then allows the men to drive the IFV back into the city, and closed the gate. The battle was physically exhausting. Even with 66 points of stamina, Yuzhong was fatigued. Kong Tianyu was covered with blood as he greeted Yuzhong. What is our next step? Yuzhong replied, You lead a squad of men to defend here. If there are too many zombies and you could not withstand the attack, You may retreat anytime. Yu Zhong had 2 little men. He also could not afford to spend too many soldiers in guarding the south gate. The east gate is his camp. In the east gate there were a lot of food, ammo, and other items, and would not be easily lost. Kong Tianyu thought for a moment, and immediately brought some men towards the walls of the south gate. When Lei Qing fled with some soldiers, the entire camp became a sea of chaos as anarchy reigns. Across the survival camp, many survivors displayed disorderly and violent behavior, such as rape, murder, rob, arson, etc. Everywhere was chaos. For men were carrying torches and continued to burn whatever they could. As they watched the fire burn everything down, they laughed as if they were mad. Only this crazy act of arson could let them settle the fear and unease in their hearts. Bang! A shot resounded, and a hole appears on a survivor's head. As it dropped onto the floor, its facial expression was showing complete disbelief. The other 3 survivors turned around, and saw Lang Zi and 5 other armed men rushing towards them. The 3 survivors saw the gun in Lang Zi's hand and turned pale. They tried to flee. Bang! Another shot rang out, and another survivor was also shot died by Lang Zi. Please don't kill me, I surrender. Don't kill me. The last 2 survivors saw their friend who was killed, and they immediately stopped running and squatted down while begging for their lives. Captain, do we send these men to the prisoner camp? One of the team members asked Lang Zi. Lang Zi's eyes were cold as he replied, kill them all. We don't have so many people to look after these massive number of assholes. After receiving Lang Zi's command, 2 of the men walked forward with a knife each and proceeded to slaughter the 2 men who surrendered. Chapter 193. Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Part 1. Chapter 193, Part 1. Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Many survivors watched Lang Zi and his team kill the 4 other survivors like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Their hearts felt a cold chill, and they watched from far away. Many of the survivors hiding in their homes secretly watched Lang Zi and his team too. Lang Zi shouted a few words of abuse. Kill the rapists, kill the murderers and arsonists, kill the looters. If you lot of bastards want to stay alive, all of you behave a bit better for me. Right now, the city has not been broken into yet. You can $% sensibly stay here, or go to the east gate side and wait for arrangements upon entering. You people are under the command of Captain Yu, and so we will protect your personal safety. After he finished speaking, Lang Zi brought people with him to continue advancing, shooting the violent survivors dead whenever they saw them. With Lang Zi's efforts, the city's chaotic situation gradually became under control and stability was restored. At the same time, a large number of survivors approached in the direction of the East Gate like refugees, bringing their families with them. Apart from the North Gate side's residents, a large number of survivors all came in the direction of the East Gate, densely packed like a swarm of ants. On the road leading to the East Gate, there were fortifications constructed from wire mesh, cables and sandbags. A team of soldiers armed with rifles stood on guard in front of those fortifications. 2 LMGs, light machine guns, were about to create a total blockade of the roads, so that whoever wanted to forcefully break through this route would have to pay a painful price. Wang Shuang stood ahead on the road holding a whip in his hands and shouted, "Enter by order, whoever dares to jump the queue shall receive lashes." 2 squad members stood outside lurking around, seizing men and women with strong bodies from time to time who had jumped the queue. They fiercely whipped the bodies of the queue jumpers until their skin split and flesh blossomed, and they were screaming again and again. With the deterrence of such a cruel punishment, those who once very much liked to jump queues crowded together to form a group of people who all sensibly formed a long, dragon-like queue. Upon being registered and entering, they became people under the control of Yu Zhong. A large number of L2 zombies were hunted, and so the Z-series zombies hidden in the midst of the zombie hordes didn't have any great ideas. Only a few mechanically ordered the remaining L2s to throw more zombies into the city. Su Jinggang, how about working for me? Sitting inside the IFV, Yu Zhong tried to recruit Su Jinggang once again. This time, Su Jinggang didn't give a flat refusal like last time, but rather fell silent, his eyes flashing with an exceptionally complicated light. Yu Zhong lightly said, "Before you cried to me for help, you must have done the same to the other side as well, right? Yet the person who brought people over to save you wasn't another, it was I, Yu Zhong. They made you into an abandoned child. Do you still wish to sacrifice your life to these people in such a manner?" People like Su Jinggang who adhered to their own principles and methods were exactly those who Yu Zhong liked to recruit as his subordinates the most. As soon as Su Jinggang became one of Yu Zhong's subordinates, Yu Zhong wouldn't worry about Su Jinggang betraying him and could entrust him with the responsibility. In addition, Su Jinggang was also an officer who had undergone rigorous military training with outstanding military accomplishments. He was the sort of talent Yu Zhong needed the most. Yu Zhong continued to say, "If you enter my side with your ability, you can protect even more people. Your comrades and brothers can also have better lives." Su Jinggang fell silent for a while, then finally replied to Yu Zhong's soliciting. "All right, Yu Zhong, I will bring my brothers and join your side." When zombies raided the West Gate, many of Su Jingang's comrades were killed. At this point there were only 13 soldiers still living. Nevertheless, these remaining 13 soldiers had all survived the war with rich combat experience and skillful shooting technique. After Su Jinggang agreed to join Yu Zhong, these 13 soldiers followed in his manner as well and joined Yu Zhong's army. From the West Gate, the remaining 40-plus survivors were also incorporated by Yu Zhong and joined his armed forces. Yu Zhong walked up to Gu Zhixing and directly requested, "Gu Zhixing, my man, I hope you can come help me." Gu Zhixing's ability to manipulate flames was extremely remarkable, to the extent that he could already agglomerate a fireball. He was akin to a small humanoid turret with extraordinary battle power. Yu Zhong hoped to also recruit him under his command. With a rather pallid expression, Flame King Gu Zhixing glanced at Yu Zhong, understanding his intention lightning fast. He gave a slight chuckle and said, "All right, Team Yu, since you respect my old bones, then I'll entrust you with this old life." Gu Zhixing was also an old fox. As soon as Lei Qing had fled, Yu Zhong and his troops became the strongest force inside the base. A cunning person like him naturally didn't hold any allegiance to the government in his heart. During the 2 days of fiercely battling zombies, the majority of his men were all killed. The best outcome for him would be to pledge allegiance to Yu Zhong. This way, he could let his children and family live a comfortable life. Gu Zhixing and Su Jinggang surrendered to Yu Zhong, and the base's west gate had also landed in Yu Zhong's hands. Yu Zhong then quickly mobilized 3 IFVs, 7 Dongfeng trucks and 6 modified buses to form a huge fleet, which rushed out through the east gate, crazily advancing towards the depths of the zombie hordes. Yu Zhong himself was lying on Little Greenie's back and looking down from the sky, giving out orders to that huge fleet to commence the assault. Right after that huge fleet had left the city, countless normal zombies began to surround it. Chapter 193. Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. Part 2. Chapter 193, Part 2. Grind Up the Zombie Hordes. It was just that those normal zombies could barely even harm the 3 IFVs, which were akin to an invincible 3-headed beast as they led the huge fleet behind them. They crazily ground up the retreating zombie hordes until all of the zombies blocking the road had been steamrolled into meat paste. The huge fleet continued to assault within the zombie hordes, steamrolling a road of blood formed from meat paste. Following Yu Zhong's orders, it rampaged towards the depths of the zombie hordes. After the huge fleet had charged 1,000 m distance into the zombie hordes, there was sudden movement in there. The large number of evolved zombies attacking at the west gate were constantly approaching in the direction of the huge fleet. Along the way, countless normal zombies were pushed down onto the ground and trampled into meat paste by the evolved zombies. Those normal zombies also seemed to be driven by a mysterious force as they desperately collided with the fleet one after another. Nevertheless, those normal zombies had rather fragile bones, so that when they collided with the IFVs, Dongfeng trucks or modified buses, all the collisions did was make their brains rupture before they were ground into meat paste. Utilizing heavy-duty vehicles to carry out the assault and grinding up of zombies was also a tactic that Yu Zhong had long thought of. It was just that before, it was not the best time to implement this tactic. In the midst of the zombie hordes, there were 3 types of zombies which posed a great threat to the heavy-duty vehicles: L2, S2 and H1. An L2's attacks could cause damage to the battle vehicles by shaking them. An S2 could easily jump onto a heavy-duty vehicle and then use its sharp claws to slowly wear away the battle vehicle's armor. A H1 could directly use fireballs to bombard the battle vehicles. After a 2-day-long siege, a large number of these 3 types of evolved zombies had died, hence for the first time, Yu Zhong was able to mobilize the heavy-duty vehicles that were available and initiate a group assault on the zombie horde. Under the group assault of those heavy-duty vehicles, countless zombies were ground up, and they began to crazily advance towards the depths of the zombie hordes. Those evolved zombies which had originally gathered at the west gate, however, were blocked by the densely packed zombie hordes with no way to quickly return and help. They were only able to watch the heavy-duty vehicles charge into the depths of the zombie hordes. When the fleet's assault reached 2,000 m into the zombie hordes, there was a steep rise in the number of mutated zombies. In the midst of the zombie hordes, there were almost 100 Type 2 evolved zombies consisting of types L2 and S2. They crazily fled out of the sea of zombies into the distance. A large number of zombies automatically parted, providing that small group of evolved zombies with an escape route. They finally appeared. Yu Zhong watched the elite army of nearly 100 evolved zombies flee with an emboldened light in his eyes. Little Greenie flew towards that small zombie horde. Once the Z-type zombies possessed wisdom, they became as cowardly as human executive. If the situation was just slightly bad, it would take the elite troops and flee. In the middle of the group of zombies, AZ-1 held onto an L2's head as it watched Yu Zhong riding on Little Greenie in the sky. Upon seeing this, its very human-like eyes flashed with a hint of fear and it emitted a sharp whistle, pushing the L2 to go a little faster. Little Greenie took Yu Zhong, and they caught up very quickly to the zombie group. Yu Zhong lightly jumped down from Little Greenie's back. As soon as Yu Zhong landed, 5 S2s rushed over towards him like ghosts. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold light and he rushed towards those 5 S2s, consecutively dealing 5 sword blows like thunder and directly beheading the 5 S2s rushing over. Taking advantage of the situation in which Yu Zhong had finished 5 S2s, Little Greenie surged towards the Z1. Upon seeing Little Greenie, the Z1's eyes immediately became crimson and a powerful spiritual shockwave bombarded towards Little Greenie. However, mutated beasts innately had extremely powerful spirits. The Z1's spiritual shockwave had no effect on Little Greenie in the slightest. In one pounce, Little Greenie snatched away the Z1 and vigorously scratched it, cutting the Z1 into several pieces with his sharp claws. When the Z1 died, the remaining zombies surrounding the outside of Qing Yuan County immediately collapsed into a mess. They were simply relying on their instincts to chase after the noise the huge fleet made. "I've already dealt with the zombie commander. Right now you must immediately return to the city and not spread this news." Yu Zhong pulled out a radio and sent an order to Wu Guang, who had launched the assault. Once he received Yu Zhong's order, Wu Guang immediately drove back in the direction of the East Gate with the huge fleet. The zombie horde's commander had been dealt with and the remaining zombies' strength didn't pose any threat to the people in the city, so they naturally had to immediately return since fuel was also a very precious resource. After the death of the Z1, those 100 Type 2 evolved zombies gathered around it immediately pounced crazily towards Yuzhong, who glanced at them and ran away. Those 100-plus evolved zombies included over 40 L2s that had gathered together, so even Yuzhong would find it difficult to defeat them. After Yuzhong led the 100-plus zombies around in a circle, he suddenly activated his Shadow Steps skill. His entire body was like thunder as he rushed in the direction of where the Z1 had died. Between a few ups and downs, he threw off those 100-plus evolved zombies. Where the Z1 had died, a skill book suddenly burst out of the Z1, as well as a green treasure box and 200 survival coins, all of which Yuzhong put into his bag. After doing all this, Yuzhong jumped onto Little Greenie's back and rode him back towards the city. Chapter 194, Seize Power. Chapter 194, Seize Power. Level 3 Treasure, Dark Magic Sword. This is an extremely sharp-edged magic sword that has the power to slice through gold and split jade. A Level 4 Skill Book, Second Order Shadow Step. Advanced Shadow Step Skill. Only after Shadow Step skill has been enhanced 3 times can this skill be learned. After activating this skill, agility can be increased by 90 points in a time span of 5 minutes and 40 points of stamina are consumed. Yuzhong carefully examined the dark magic sword in his hands, a model similar to the Tang sword in sharpness. Its whole body was black, the blade was 1.5 m long and etched upon it were strange runes. The sword hilt had 3 grooves and the whole body of it exuded a cold chill. Yuzhong played with the dark magic sword for a while and rejoiced in his heart, before immediately putting it back into his storage ring. As for the Second Order Shadow Step skill, it was directly thrown by Yuzhong into the storage ring and stored there. When the Z-Series zombie had died, the remaining 100,000+ zombies were no longer able to organize a large-scale siege. Once Yuzhong had returned to the base camp, he had immediately let most of his comrades go back and rest. After the present day's battle, Yuzhong's elite troops went around putting out fires everywhere. Although they had gained strength, the amount of stamina they had lost wasn't small. Every one of them was tired, and once they lay down on their beds, they fell into a deep sleep like dogs would. From time to time, gunshots sounded from the north gate, where the governmental forces were guarding. It was the shooting experts among the police, special police and armed police forces eradicating the normal zombies. Among the government-controlled armed forces, there were also many marksmen, especially the elites in the special police and armed police forces, who had already undergone rigorous training before the end of the world. After, they progressed very quickly and so many of them became marksmen. As night fell, there was no moon in the sky and the whole earth was shrouded in a layer of darkness. There were only a few places that were illuminated by lights. Under the cover of darkness, Yuzhong, Qing Yu and Chen Shirtu, as well as the first and second teams directly under him, sneaked quietly into the vicinity of the North Gate. The North Gate had the same defense system as the West and South Gates, with an IFV as the core, as well as 2 light machine guns and 2 heavy machine guns forming a barrage, which blocked the path leading to the inner city. A team composed of over 40 survivors and a dozen policemen was patrolling upon the city walls, to prevent the zombies below from carrying out a siege. Near the North Gate, more than a dozen houses had been converted to temporary barracks by governmental requisition. They were full of special police, armed police, and normal police. If there were any signs of trouble, those troops could emerge from the houses and provide reinforcements to the front line. Yuzhong and his men carefully crawled forward and sneaked up to the IFV. Then they suddenly moved out and rushed in the direction of the IFV like thunder, whilst at the same time, Yuzhong activated his Art of Fear skill. Under the powerful coercion of the Art of Fear skill, the 6 policemen and 3 soldiers surrounding the IFV instantly fainted out of fright. After Yuzhong had instantly dealt with those 9 armed men, Cheng Yu immediately brought people with him as he quickly approached those 9 people and firmly tied all of them up, at the same time gagging them with rags. Cheng Yu took out a blowgun coated with powerful anesthetic and heavily blew, making a policeman standing guard in front of the building immediately faint. Almost simultaneously, Yu Zhong activated his art of fear skill and directed it towards the other policeman. The huge mental coercion turned into a straight line that bombarded the policeman's sea of consciousness, directly causing him to faint. After getting rid of those 2 policemen, Yu Zhong and his men rushed into the building. The team of elite soldiers closely followed behind Yu Zhong and quickly rushed into the building too. When Yu Zhong arrived in front of a room, the dark magic sword in his hand lightly struck towards the room's lock, and broke it off like cutting through tofu. Upon opening the door to the room, he saw that there were only 8 policemen who were fast asleep with barely any defenses. They had never thought that Yu Zhong would attack right when the zombies had retreated. A team infiltrated the room and very skillfully stunned those 8 policemen, before tying them up and gagging them. Using this method, Yu Zhong and his men raided room after room, capturing the policemen, armed policemen and special policemen who were all asleep and stunning all of them. "What are you people?" When Yu Zhong and his group reached the 7th floor, a policeman who came out to urinate saw them. His complexion paled and he loudly shouted. Yu Zhong's figure flashed and he rushed towards the policeman in just a few moments. He used his hand like a knife to hack at the policeman's neck, and the policeman fainted. However, that policeman's sharp cry alerted the other policemen. After Yu Zhong and his men took advantage of the opportunity to capture all the policemen in a room who didn't have time to arm themselves, they finally faced resistance from the remaining police. 6 policemen with Type 54 pistols guarded over a path, unceasingly opening fire to stop the advance of Yu Zhong and his men. Yu Zhong activated his encompassing body armor skill for the first time, and bone armor with astonishing defense quickly covered his entire body. He endured the shots coming from the 6 policemen and crazily rushed forward. The bullets hit the bone armor on his body and ricocheted away, not even able to leave a trace on it. In under 6 seconds, Yu Zhong covered a distance of 100 m and appeared in front of those policemen. With 1 strike for each, he chopped at the policemen's necks and they all fainted. After finishing off those 6 policemen, Yu Zhong and his men directly charged up to the police and special police, blocking the way, stunning all of them in one move. In situations without devices like 40mm rocket launchers, grenades and other heavy weaponry, normal bullets simply couldn't penetrate through the bone armor covering Yu Zhong. Grinding up the enemies like a tank, Yu Zhong rampaged like a devil, chopping at all of the policemen, blocking the way and making them faint. He KO'd all the way up to the top floor. Chen Jianfeng, leader of the survival camp, saw how Yu Zhong took big steps into the command room, covered in bone armor by means of activating the encompassing body armor skill. He let out a long sigh, saying, "So it turned out to be you, Yu Zhong. There are some things that I still don't understand. Why would you launch a raid at this sort of time? In the present situation, only if our 2 sides join forces can we block this time's zombie siege." In the whole base, there was only Yu Zhong's faction that had the power and ability to launch a raid on the governmental forces. When Chen Jianfeng heard the gunfight from below, he inferred who the intruder was. It was just that he wasn't able to understand why Yu Zhong would launch a raid on the base at this sort of time. Even if Yu Zhong had forcibly seized the base's power, as well as the police, special police and armed police forces, he would temporarily have no way of making use of them. Without the test of time, if Yu Zhong gave weapons to those police, special police and armed police forces, there was a possibility that the other side would immediately turn on and open fire towards him. Behind Chen Jianfeng stood Wei Fei, who was glaring at Yu Zhong with an appearance full of the desire to battle. Yu Zhong stared at Chen Jianfeng and said slowly, word by word, "Mayor Chen, I have already gotten rid of this time's zombie horde commander. Although there are still 100,000 zombies outside, there is nothing to fear. Eradicating them is only a matter of time. You should surrender. Over half of your subordinates have already been captured by me. If you continue to stubbornly resist, both sides will only suffer from meaningless casualties and nothing more. It was only because he had gotten rid of the commander amid the zombies that Yu Zhong dared to launch a raid on the government's side. Otherwise, in order to keep hold of the base, he would choose to temporarily get along in peace with the government. Chen Jianfeng fell silent for a while before sighing. "All right. I surrender." The current balance of power was already very clear. Yu Zhong's side had control over a large number of survivors and troops. Also, over 70 of the base's combatants were gathered in this building. If Chen Jianfeng continued to let people resist, that would only create more casualties and hold no meaning. There were relations between Chen Jianfeng and Chen Yao, therefore he knew that Yu Zhong counted as a qualified leader. Therefore, in a hopeless situation, he was unwilling to let others die in vain. The tides have been set. After hearing the words of Chen Jianfeng, Yu Zhong lightly let out a sigh of relief as well. If Chen Jianfeng let people continue to resist, casualties might appear in his men. Amid the ranks of the police, special police and armed police, there were also many snipers. In street fighting, they were the most formidable killers. If the battle was with Yu Zhong's first and second squads, in which every member was an elite evolver whose level exceeded 10, even they might be hit by a headshot from far away. Just then, Wei Fei, who was standing next to Chen Jianfeng, stepped out. He looked at Yu Zhong and spoke in a voice full of the desire to fight. "Yu Zhong, I want to have a fight with you." Yu Zhong glanced at Wei Fei and he frowned. "If I fight with you, what's in there for me?" Wei Fei's eyes flashed and he said word by word. "If you have a single victory against me, I will work for you. If you lose, help me properly take care of Mayor Chen's family. Let me bring my God and Devil World equipment and leave the base." Wei Fei had once received Chen Jianfeng's kindness. Only now would he be able to dedicate his life to Chen Jianfeng. With his current power, as long as he did not encounter a massive wave of zombies, he could live alone outside the base very comfortably. He wanted to continuously strengthen himself and not be bound by leveling up by wantonly killing zombies. Subsequently, he proposed to have a battle with Yu Zhong as he wanted to gain satisfaction. Yu Zhong glanced at Wei Fei, then said in a low voice, "Good." Right after Yu Zhong's words had landed, a light flashed in Wei Fei's eyes and an invincible murderous aura spread out from his body. He took a step then rushed forwards like a cheetah towards Yu Zhong, waving a tang sword in his hand as he chopped towards Yu Zhong's body. Wei Fei had already gone through many wars and at this time his enhanced level had already reached up to level 26. Also, he had enhanced the level 2 skill high-speed movement twice. At this time, when he activated his high-speed movement skill, his whole person became like a ghost. It actually overwhelmed Yu Zhong's agility, which had been enhanced many times. In the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Yu Zhong and the sword cut fiercely into Yu Zhong's waist. The sharp tang sword struck onto the tough bone armor and emitted a clashing metallic sound, whilst simultaneously leaving a shallow sword mark. Chapter 195. Wipe out the zombies. Chapter 195. Wipe out the zombies. The term used is rather ambiguous and can mean both. This chapter seems longer than usual, crying face, but it seems to be the end of an arc. I'm really quite curious about what happens next. I hope that Lei Qing hasn't been forgotten yet. How fast? He is also a speed-type evolver. Yu Zhong was caught off guard when Wei Fei chopped at his body. He immediately brandished his sword and chopped at Wei Fei's right shoulder. Wei Fei's reaction was highly sensitive and his swordplay was superb. He flicked his sword upwards and fiercely clashed with Yu Zhong's dark magic sword that chopped down. The two swords met with a huge, explosive force. Yu Zhong and Wei Fei both took 2 steps back. Based on physical strength, they were equal. The God and Devil World equipment on Yu Zhong were excellent, but Wei Fei had the backing of the base. The majority of the base's good equipment landed on him, therefore the enhanced strength provided by his items wasn't far from Yu Zhong's. After probing the disparity in strength between both sides, Wei Fei's figure flashed and like a phantom, he moved at high speed in a series of blurs. He launched a hurricane-like attack towards Yu Zhong. One attack after another, he slashed at Yu Zhong from all directions. Yu Zhong could only retract his line of defense, barely withstanding Wei Fei's slashes. Before the end of the world, Wei Fei had already practiced brilliant swordplay with famous masters. His accomplishments in swordplay were much greater than Yu Zhong's, and every time Yu Zhong struck out with his sword, it would easily be negated by Wei Fei. In addition, his strategic attacks were even able to leave hints of scars on Yu Zhong's bone armor. If he didn't have the protection of the bone armor, Yu Zhong, who had never been properly trained, would long have been defeated. Ever since the end of the world, it was the first time that his plot armor had been broken through. Yu Zhong had faced this sort of expert. Even Ji Qinggu, whose swordplay was exquisite, didn't give him that much pressure. This tortoiseshell-like defense is truly too hard to deal with. Wei Fei evaded an attack from Yu Zhong and slashed towards his right arm. However, there was the clashing, metallic sound and the attack only left a shallow mark. Seeing this scene, Wei Fei couldn't help to start feeling a trace of powerlessness. He had already slashed Yu Zhong's body 9 times. If the protection of the bone armor wasn't present, then every slash could make Yu Zhong lose power. However, with the protection of the bone armor, he couldn't even leave light injuries on Yu Zhong. In front of Yu Zhong's strong defense, the speed that he was initially proud of now seemed a bit weak. Not bad. This fellow's power isn't weak. I should deal with him now. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a cold light and he activated his gravity manipulation skill. Continuous ripples of gravity spread out with him acting as the center. Wei Fei was affected by the gravitational ripples and his body suddenly sank, making his movements become contorted. At that moment, Yu Zhong activated his shadow step skill and his whole person's speed surged, overwhelming Wei Fei. He took 1 step out and fiercely bombarded Wei Fei's abdomen with a meteor-like punch, sending Wei Fei flying backwards a few meters. Wei Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground with no strength left. Do you want to continue? Yu Zhong pointed at empty space and a sharp bone spike shot out of his palm, looming at Wei Fei's throat. If Wei Fei moved, that sharp bone spike could pierce through Wei Fei's throat. No need, you've won. Wei Fei let out a wry smile and was panting heavily. The power of the bone armor defense on Yu Zhong's body was too amazing. From the moment he had no way to break the defense, it implied that he had already lost for the most part of the battle. Since Wei Fei had been defeated, there was now nobody who could stop Yu Zhong. With Chen Jianfeng's cooperation, the whole base's remaining police, special police and armed police had surrendered to Yu Zhong. The whole base's authority had also landed in Yu Zhong's hands. Once the base's authority had landed in Yu Zhong's hands, the troublesome matters had only just begun. A series of troublesome things like the base's security, the distribution of goods, hygiene, the distribution of food, appeasing the people's hearts and so on all approached Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong dismissed all the officials in the base of their duties, only letting them keep some of their private belongings. However, the first people to seek refuge with him, Kong Tao and Chen Zhiguang, as well as others who were worthy, were able to be kept and help deal with some home affairs. Chen Jianfeng was also removed from his duties and only assisted Yu Zhong in dealing with home affairs with his identity as a chief of staff. Chen Jianfeng had strong capabilities and he was handy in dealing with home affairs. Nevertheless, Yu Zhong didn't dare to completely hand over the governmental powers into his hands. Moreover, for the officials and their children who liked to extort and rape women, the most heinous crimes resulted in being directly killed. The rest were all sent by Yu Zhong into the Scum Battalion for use as cannon fodder. In front of Yu Zhong's powerful army, even those people who held complaints in their hearts didn't dare to disobey his orders. From the police side, all sorts of inner, familial, connections and the trash who did nothing but eat were eliminated, only leaving the policemen with ability and a sense of justice. They had rich experience in maintaining law and order, and were much better in this aspect than Yu Zhong's comrades who had half-baked backgrounds. The two strong special police and armed police powers were directly disbanded by Yu Zhong, and the members were divided into small, individual squads. Before, the special police and armed police were actually the strongest armed forces that Chen Jianfeng grasped, and so there were many sharpshooters with extraordinary skill among them. Some of the special police's individuals even had battle power above that of Yu Zhong's elite first and second teams. After going through the simpler procedures, Yu Zhong mobilized his troops and launched a large wipeout of the zombies outside the town, with the IFVs and other heavy vehicles as the center of the attack. The 4 IFVs and the battalion of heavy vehicles led the assault, grinding back and forth over the zombies. Then all the units took turns to battle, using the replica Tang sword to crazily behead those normal zombies. The evolved zombies were fought by Yu Zhong's most elite, immediate first and second teams, who beheaded all of them. Without the orders of the Z-series zombie, those normal zombies were just a complete mess. Against Yu Zhong's troops, who were armed to the teeth and were continually being strengthened, they had almost no strength to fight back. After 3 days of fierce fighting, Yu Zhong finally wiped out the 100,000 zombies surrounding the outside of the base. The price paid was that a lot of fuel was consumed, 20 people from the Scum Battalion were infected and 30, normal, survivors were also infected. Victory! Victory! The 100,000 zombies outside of Qingyuan County have already all been wiped out by the men under Captain Yu. Not long after the last wave of zombies was eradicated by Yu Zhong, news of the victory immediately spread across Qingyuan County. Upon hearing news of the victory, the slightly lifeless Qingyuan County became excited again, and cheers sounded throughout the town. The matter of the 100,000 zombies outside of Qingyuan County was constantly suspended above all the townspeople's heads like the sword of Damocles. If the town was broken into, all of the people in Qingyuan County would be torn to pieces by those zombies. The event of Yu Zhong and his men wiping out the 100,000 zombies was truly uplifting. Due to wiping out most of the zombies, Captain Yu has decided that for today's rations, everyone will get an extra sweet bun. The second announcement immediately then spread among the crowd. Hearing this message, the survivors of Qingyuan were even happier and praises of Yu Zhong were constantly heard. The majority of the survivors had always relied on rations to survive and had almost never eaten until they were full. For a bun, many women would even be willing to sell their own body. Right now, Yu Zhong had announced that everyone could receive an extra sweet bun, so naturally that would make them excited. When the rations were being handed out, every survivor had a greedy, starved light exposed in their eyes as they saw hamper after hamper of white buns. The survivors that had received those sweet buns ate them in large mouthfuls, their eyes full of a brief happiness. Most of the survivors felt very content towards the white buns that Yu Zhong had distributed. However, there were also those who were unsatisfied with such treatment. In one residential area, 43 foreigners of different skin color each held a bowl of gruel and a sweet bun. They looked at each other with bitter faces. Before, they were among the privileged residents of the specialty region. Although they were unable to eat as they wanted there, like before the end of the world, they would definitely not go hungry. They simply didn't put meals like gruel and buns in their eyes. A black man looked at the bowl of gruel in his hands and said in a slightly vulgar way, "Damn! It's gruel again. We've already eaten this sort of stuff for 3 days now. Right now I've got diarrhea. Oh God! This bastard Yu Zhong is really too stingy." A blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged woman with a slightly obese figure called Felicity frowned. She looked at the black man and said, "Echo, please can you be a bit more civilized when you talk? Your statement has made me lose my desire to eat." Echo shrugged, coldly smiled and continued to disgust Felicity. "These disgusting things are just like my vomit from this morning. Watching you eat those things is just like watching you eat my vomit. Oh God, this is really too amusing." Echo's words made the foreigners gathered around lose their appetite. They glared at him one after another. A gentle-looking young man wearing glasses called Choi Minho said, "This will not do. I suggest that we should come together, find this place's supreme ruler Yuzhong, and have a talk with him. To fight for the rights we should have." "Good. Choi Minho, you should be our representative." "I choose Choi Minho to be our representative." One after another, those 43 foreigners elected Choi Minho as their representative, hoping that on their behalf, he could negotiate with Yuzhong to obtain the treatment that they wanted. This was the principle of "shoot the bird that takes the lead," which was not only understood by the Chinese people but also by the foreigners living in China, who were very clear on this. Choi Minho finished his sweet bun in a couple of mouthfuls, stood up and righteously said, "Good. I will represent everybody and go fight for the treatment that everyone deserves." Choi Minho also wasn't a fool. He understood the principle of "shoot the bird that takes the lead." However, if it was well maneuvered, the bird that takes the lead wouldn't necessarily be unable to turn into the leader. Risks and opportunities always coexist. Wang Shuang, third-year uni student saved by Yuzhong near the start of the series, found Yuzhong practicing shooting at the shooting gallery and said with a headache, "Captain Yu, those foreigners are making trouble and want to see you." Yuzhong put down his gun and his eyebrows furrowed. He slowly asked, "What's the matter?" Wang Shuang let out a wry smile and said, "The 43 foreigners in the base have formed a group and are strongly requesting us to give them humanitarian aid and fair treatment in accordance with international practice." Humanitarian aid? Chen Jianfeng and his people have really fattened up these foreigners' courage. I am just going to see them once. Yuzhong smiled coldly and strode outside. Chapter 196. Deal with the Foreign Friends. Chapter 196. Deal with the Foreign Friends. Very quickly, Yuzhong reached the Western District Square, only to see that 43 foreigners stood there. There were both men and women among those 43 foreigners, and they were all well dressed. Like dogs, their appearances hadn't been baptized by the end of the world in the slightest. Before, when the base was in its most difficult time, it didn't let these foreign friends suffer any hardship. 7 of Yuzhong's official members stood at the side armed with rifles, coldly staring at those foreigners. If they moved in the slightest, a bullet would mercilessly penetrate through their bodies. Yuzhong walked up to the center of the square, overlooked the 43 foreigners below, and said icily, "I am the one called Yuzhong. If you have anything to say then quickly speak, as you only have this one chance." Yuzhong did not actually hate foreigners. It was just that the base's treatment towards the foreigners was much better than to the country's people themselves. Whilst a large number of compatriot survivors were starving, those foreigners were living carefree in the specialty region. It was this that made Yuzhong feel very uncomfortable. Receiving worse treatment than the foreigners upon their own country's ground, Yuzhong really didn't know whether this country was the foreigners' or his own. "Chief Yuzhong, hello. I am Choi Minho, chairman of South Korea DY Group's Asian Division. I hereby submit a request on behalf of the following friends from Japan, America, Italy and the United Kingdom. We hope that you can comply with international practice and provide us with humanitarian assistance. We are very fond of China, this beautiful, mysterious, friendly and culturally advanced country. We have always followed the rules of your country China and have not done anything that has violated your country's laws. Therefore we hope that you protect our private property and give us fair treatment. Choi Min-ho lightly smiled towards Yu Zhong and said, Foreigners as despotic and arrogant as Toshi Kamita were not that many. The reason he could behave that way was because he was closely colluding with the base's senior officials. Toshi Kamita had the resources to be arrogant. The 43 foreigners gathered on the square basically did still abide with China's laws. Even within the base, their behavior was still much better than that of the senior officials and their children. This was also something they relied on to dare to come up with a request for Yu Zhong. I say this with much regret, Mr. Choi Min-ho. All things like international practice and humanitarian aid don't work here in my place. The only thing I can do is be fair and treat you and other people equally. If you want enough to eat, then you must do the same as other people and work. If you don't work, then you can only receive an amount of rations that will not be able to fill up your stomach. Of course, if you think that the treatment at my place is harsh, as compensation for you abiding with China's laws, right now you can all take your personal belongings with you and leave. I will not stop you. Wang Shuang, you can just follow this principle to deal with them. If they make trouble again, send the men to the scum battalion and the women will be incorporated into the 3rd labor camp. Yu Zhong lightly said those words, then turned around and left. After the end of the world, order collapsed and morality fell. Many men released the dark incarnation from their hearts and committed various crimes. The majority of women were weak, but in the same way, many of them also cruelly committed various felonies like eating, killing and abusing people. These women were dealt with mercilessly by Yu Zhong in the same way. Those who deserved death were directly killed, whilst the women who didn't quite deserve the death sentence were put into labor camps. Divine and demonic world. These slave laborers had no human rights. Not only were they held in prisons, they also had to do heavy labor. If necessary, they would be given to soldiers who had made great merits to enjoy. One of the most important reasons for the existence of females was that they could give birth. As long as there were offspring, the race would be able to continue. With the keynote that Yu Zhong had set down, Wang Shuang's courage was boosted. He looked at Choi Min-ho and the other foreigners, all of them looking rather pale, and said loudly, All of you, come over here to report your specialty. We will allocate jobs to you depending on your specialty, and those without any ability will become laborers. Of course, if you take your private property and leave this place right now, we will also not stop you. At this time, there were still many zombies littered around Qing Yuan County. Without any methods of transportation, if normal people left the city, they might immediately be devoured up completely by those zombies. Choi Min-ho and those foreigners naturally weren't stupid, and could only go up sensibly to report their own specialty one by one, then let Wang Shuang make arrangements. As he watched the foreigners who, before the end of the world, had a social status far above him obediently come up to him one by one and report their specialty, a sense of superiority spontaneously welled up in him. There was even a Frenchwoman who threw him a flirtatious look. By now, Wang Shuang had already grown to become a level 13 evolver, and he kept 2 beautiful women. Back then, if he hadn't been determined to follow Yu Zhong, right now, he would either have landed in the mouths of zombies, or he would be the lowest level survivor bitterly struggling amidst cold and hunger. Yu Zhong had just returned to the shooting gallery when Su Jinggang came up to him. Looking at Su Jinggang, he felt a bit surprised and asked, What happened? After Su Jinggang had accepted Yu Zhong's recruitment and joined his forces, as always, he didn't have the intention of improving their personal relationship. He always stayed among his own squad members and trained them. During battle he was also the first to rush up to the front line with a very strong desire to fight. Su Jinggang really was the perfect role model of a soldier, the best knife. With a straight face, Su Jinggang slowly said, Captain Yu, I believe that there is a problem with the current establishment of our armed forces. Not including the Scum Battalion, our current armed personnel have already exceeded 500 men. Using the crude establishment of teams, squadrons, brigades and the like to command the troops to launch a coordinated attack is very problematic. If our armed forces continue increasing, this sort of model is not conducive to our command and control over them. Personally, I think that we should initiate a formalized reorganization of the troops whilst our armed personnel are still not that many in number. When Yu Zhong had originally reorganized the teams at Always Bright Village, he didn't think too much at the time. It was just that he had wanted to organize an elite squad, pass through the zombie hordes and go back to Guangxi to find his loved ones. Yu Zhong didn't have a military background and he also didn't have much experience, therefore he only ended up forming a bizarre, crude establishment consisting of a team, squadron and brigade. For searching for supplies and battles on a small scale, this type of crude establishment didn't have many problems. However, with one glance, professional military officers like Su Jinggang would be able to make out the shortcomings of an establishment as such, that it wasn't conducive to the control and mobilization of a large force. Also, the prospects of promotion for the squad members wasn't clear enough, being promoted to the official team meant already reaching the peak. Yu Zhong understood everything instantly. You mean to carry out a reorganization of the troops in accordance with the establishment and model of the regular army. Su Jinggang rigidly handed a copy of the information to Yu Zhong. Right. The current military establishment has already undergone the test of time and practice. There are basically no major oversight. I believe that we should reorganize according to the establishment and model of the regular army. This is the establishment that is able to emerge from our current military strength. Please have a look. Yu Zhong received that copy of information to have a look, only to see that upon the copy, it was written clearly that the military strength of his powers could be reorganized into a reinforced battalion, with 4 reinforced companies under its management. Even the number of people in each company and the basic equipment required was clearly written down. It was only for the military officers of the individual companies and platoons that nothing was written. After Yu Zhong finished reading that information copy, he said towards Su Jinggang, "I know now. I will consider it. You withdraw first." Yes. Su Jinggang performed a standard military salute towards Yu Zhong and then withdrew. The rumor of Yu Zhong preparing to reorganize the troops spread very quickly among the captains of each team. Many people had their hearts heat up and people began walking around in Yu Zhong's area more frequently. In the establishment of that battalion, Yu Zhong himself would naturally serve as the commander. The person he chose as deputy battalion commander was Qi Yang, which no one objected. However, regarding the officer positions below battalion commander, company commander, deputy company commander, platoon commander and deputy platoon commander, people couldn't help but be tempted. 3 days later, Yu Zhong summoned all of the main personnel under his command to Qinyuan County to have a meeting. The seats in the meeting room had long been filled up with the captains of each team under Yu Zhong's command, all of them from different social classes. Before the end of the world, some were farmers, some were villagers, some were soldiers, some were prisoners, some were students. There were all kinds of people gathered together here due to a strange combination of circumstances, yet between them they still formed small groups in accordance with their status and motives. Sitting beside Lu Yen, Kong Tianyu cracked a smile and said, "Captain Lu, this time I will congratulate you first. You began following Captain Yu the earliest. It looks like the position of a company commander won't escape from you." Lu Yen glanced in the direction of Chen Shirtu and slowly let out a sigh. "Not necessarily. Qi Yang can definitely become the commanding officer of a company. Ji Qingwu will maybe become the commanding officer of a company as well. Captain Yu always holds De Guzi in high regard, maybe he can also become the commanding officer of a company. There is also Chen Shirtu, whose daughter has an ambiguous relationship with Captain Yu. He also isn't weak in strength, and so he is another candidate for the company commander positions. Wang Shuang is actually Captain Yu's classmate and his earliest follower. That fellow Su Jinggang has outstanding military accomplishments and puts his whole heart into developing the armed forces. He has the support of Wu Guang and others from the former army as well, and is also a candidate for the company commander positions. The competition is fierce. Kong Tianyu's eyebrows furrowed, and he thought for a moment. It really was as Lu Yen had said, the competition for the company commander positions truly was fierce to the extreme. The captains of the other individual teams were also discussing between each other in low voices, mainly about the 4 company commander positions. One company commander would be able to have 100 subordinates. Even amid Yu Zhong's influence, they would be a vital officer. Just then, Yu Zhong strode into the meeting room with Guo Yu, who was wearing a professional suit, following behind him as if she were his shadow. As soon as Yu Zhong entered the meeting room, all of the captains quietened down, their eyes full of glows as they looked towards him. After he sat down and observed the surroundings, Yu Zhong said to Guo Yu, "The meeting officially starts. Guo Yu, come read out my decision." Chapter 197. Reorganize the troops. Chapter 197. Reorganize the troops. We'll now announce Captain Yu's personnel appointments. From today onwards, the official teams will be disbanded, all personnel will be converted to military personnel, and supplies can be obtained in accordance with the corresponding military rank. In accordance with our side's current armed forces, the regiment will consist of 4 battalions. The post of regiment commander will be held by Yu Zhong, who shall also hold the post of commander of the 1st Main Battalion. The post of regiment vice commander will be held by Qi Yang, who shall also hold the post of commander of the 2nd Main Battalion. The vice commander of the 1st Main Battalion will be Su Jinggang. The vice commander of the 2nd Main Battalion will be Lu Yen. The commander of the 3rd Defense Battalion will be De Guzi and the vice commander will be Wang Shuang. The immediate commander of the 4th Special Combat Battalion will be Ji Qingwu and the vice commander will be Qing Yu. The 1st Main Battalion will manage 4 companies. The commander of the 1st Company will be Lu Yen and the vice commander will be Zhao Xing. The commander of the 2nd Company will be Kong Tianyu and the vice commander will be Lang Zi. The commander of the 3rd Company will be Qin Shirtu and the vice commander will be Xiao Ming. The commander of the 4th Armored Company will be Wu Guang and the vice commander will be Lang Zi. The 2nd Main Battalion will manage 3 companies. The commander of the 1st Company. The 3rd Defense Battalion will manage 2 companies. The commander of the 1st Company will be. The 4th Special Combat Battalion will be directly under Captain Yu and no one else has the right to mobilize the battalion. After the entire base had landed in Yu Zhong's hands, the number of people under his control had already broken past the mark of 10,000. After the end of the world, men had relatively strong bodies and thus their survival rate was quite high. Among the 10,000 people, there were over 5,000 men, whilst the rest were women and children. If Yu Zhong engaged carelessly in military activities, he would be entirely capable of pulling out a large army of 4,000 men. Nevertheless, the result would be that there'd be a shortage of manpower in all aspects. Subsequently, Yu Zhong only established 4 battalions with just over 1,000 men. The 1st Main Battalion under Yu Zhong's command had over 400 people altogether, grouping a large number of the elite soldiers and evolvers together. Moreover, those who previously had a military occupation were greatest in number and formed one of the strongest battalions. The majority of the soldiers in Qi Yang's 2nd Main Battalion had already experienced the battle in Qing Yuan County. Those who had fought with the zombies also gained an enhanced element of survival, but their strength was still much less than that of Yu Zhong's 1st Battalion. Nevertheless, they were all evolvers and didn't lack courage when fighting zombies, so as long as their training was stricter, their strength would not be weak. Deguzi's defense battalion only had 2 companies, platoons, of veteran evolvers, while most of the rest were newly recruited survivors, whose strength in melee combat might not even exceed that of the Scum Battalion. The Special Combat Battalion that Ji Qingwu presided over assembled the outstanding evolvers whom were under Yu Zhong's command. Qing Yu, Wei Fei, Gu Zhixing and others who had extraordinary strength or whose level exceeded 15. These evolvers had great ability and the aim was for them to be used like a sharp, indestructible blade. With assassinations and blasting, each one of them could fight 1 against 10 when hunting high-leveled zombies and mutated beasts. However, evolvers like this were very rare and currently, Ji Qingwu's Special Combat Battalion only had 23 people. Once the integration of the military was complete, Ji Qingwu's Special Combat Battalion received rigorous training from the former elite, Special Soldier Wei Fei and the former top killer Qing Yu. The evolvers of the Special Combat Battalion had all been enhanced to a very high degree and had all hunted over 100 zombies. It was just that the majority of them were like Yu Zhong and didn't come from any particular background, killing weaklings such as normal zombies, which they could rely on their absolute power to easily pulverize. However, in order to deal with the cunning of humans, without the corresponding military achievements and fighting capability, it wouldn't be possible. For instance, with a skill like scouting, if the person had not undergone rigorous training and hadn't received guidance from their seniors, it would be very hard for them to become an excellent scout. The difference between evolvers and normal humans was that after undergoing enhancement, an evolver's physique would be much stronger in quality than the average person. In this way, as long as an evolver underwent rigorous training, their strength would be able to rival that of those special forces from before the end of the world. Apart from the Special Combat Battalion, Yu Zhong's other individual forces all started their formal military training. The 2 main battalions practiced combat whilst also starting their military training under the guidance of Su Jinggang and those other former government army officers. Yu Zhong had even specially opened a military academy, with himself as principal. The few platoon leaders who had come to his side to seek refuge from the government became lecturers and explained a variety of military combat skills to each of the commanding officers of Yu Zhong's forces. The zombies in the vicinity of Shanglin County, who were preparing to attack Qingyuan County, were all swept away. Yu Zhong immediately sent people to Shanglin to search for a large quantity of supplies. The supplies that Yu Zhong controlled instantly became even richer and more diverse. In that battle, the fuel consumption was great, but that was compensated for by what was obtained from the petrol stations in Shanglin County and its vicinity, thus there was still a surplus. Shanglin County was renowned for producing imitations of well-known electric vehicle brands. In the county, therefore, there was a large amount of components involved in the production of electric vehicles and motorcycles. At the same time, there was a large number of half-completed electric vehicles and motorcycles. Those electric vehicles and motorcycles were transported back and the 2 main battalions were equipped with them. In a situation as such, where there weren't enough APCs, armored personnel carriers, these motorcycles and electric vehicles could greatly strengthen the mobility of Yu Zhong's side. Right after the consumption of fuel had been solved, another urgent issue was placed in front of Yu Zhong. The ammunition that they had stocked wasn't enough to support them if they were to fight a large battle. Even if Yu Zhong was frugal, after going through many large battles like recovering the granary, protecting Qingyuan County and recovering Big Cliff Village, the consumption of the ammunition that he had stocked up was inevitable. Currently, all that remained of the ammunition Yu Zhong had stocked up on was 1/3 of what he had once recovered from the military compound. As for the IFVs, his trump cards, each one only had 2 boxes of ammunition left. When going to Shanglin County to search for supplies, Yu Zhong and his team had also discovered many pleasant surprises. They had found 2 mutated water snake scales en route. Apparently, those zombies were only interested in the flesh and blood of the mutated beasts and not the scales, which they had no way to digest. At the shooting gallery, Yu Zhong had just began his shooting training. Both of his hands were steady, and with a Type 03 rifle, he fired 10 consecutive shots at a target 100 m away. After those 10 shots, 10 bullet holes appeared in the place of the 10 ring on the target bullseye. In just 10 shots, Yu Zhong had actually reached a terrifying score of 100. Yu Zhong looked at that target from afar and his eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Ever since the end of the world, there wasn't a single day where he stopped training his shooting skills. His hard work had finally brought him a huge achievement. Yu Zhong turned his head around to look at the little lowly Yao Yao, who was wearing a small-sized military uniform and also holding a Type 03 rifle. He wriggled his finger at her provocatively. Yao Yao rolled her eyes at him and lifted up the Type 03 rifle, which, to her, was gigantic. She aimed at a target 100 m away and fired 10 consecutive shots. After those 10 shots, 7 bullet holes appeared on the 10 ring of Yao Yao's target, 2 bullet holes appeared on the 9 ring, and 1 bullet hole appeared on the 8 ring. This lowly Yao Yao had actually also received a good score of 96. Yu Zhong looked at Yao Yao's target from afar, and the little bit of smugness in his heart vanished into thin air. He had been continually improving, yet this lowly Yao Yao's progress was even more monstrous than his, making him feel slightly depressed. It's important to know that the first time both sides competed at shooting, Yao Yao's shots were all off target. As Yao Yao watched the target in the distance, her adorable little cheeks showed a depressed expression. This time, she had lost to Yu Zhong again. Yu Zhong glanced at this lowly with outstanding talent and lightly smiled. He questioned, "You've lost. This time, what have you decided to lose to me?" Normally, Yu Zhong and Yao Yao would place some bets on their competition. Yao Yao mostly sought for free time to hang around outside. On the other hand, Yu Zhong liked seeing this genius lowly Yao Yao's difficult appearance. Yao Yao hesitated for a moment before having a feel in the pockets of her military uniform. She pulled out a sharp dagger and handed it to Yu Zhong, saying, "I lose this to you." To Yao Yao, this sharp dagger for self-defense was a very important item. Right when Yao Yao was going through her pockets, with his sharp eyes, Yu Zhong spotted something that shouldn't have been there appear in his field of vision. His face instantly darkened, and with one hand, he grabbed the lowly Yao Yao. From her pockets, he turned out a grenade. "Wait a moment, what's this thing?" Yao Yao looked at the grenade in Yu Zhong's hands and her little face paled. She twisted her petite body and tried to escape. This grenade was what she had just stolen from the Special Combat Battalion. She also knew that this sort of thing could not be seen by Yu Zhong, otherwise it would be over for her. However, Yu Zhong's big hands were like pincers, and no matter how much Yao Yao struggled, she was unable to break free from his big hands. "This should be what you've stolen, you little rascal." Yu Zhong pressed Yao Yao down firmly onto his thigh with his left hand, his right hand spanking Yao Yao's little buttocks with a pa-pa-pa. "Wah!" After Yao Yao's bottom had been hit by Yu Zhong a few times, her eyes were red and she started crying loudly. "And you're still crying. Stealing things isn't right in the first place. If this was in an Arab country or somewhere similar, your hand would be directly chopped off. Moreover, this sort of thing is too dangerous. Even with a moment of carelessness, your small physique would explode into pulp. And you still dare to play with anything?" Yu Zhong scolded as he stared at Yao Yao. If naughty children like her weren't given a bit of a lesson, she could overturn the heavens. Yao Yao clenched her teeth and stared at Yu Zhong with her slightly red eyes and an extremely unyielding, stubborn appearance. "Never mind. This time I'll let you off. This grenade is confiscated. Go back and properly attend lessons." Originally, Yu Zhong had wanted to detonate the grenade himself to teach Yao Yao how dangerous they were, but then he changed his mind and did not do so. This was because grenades were also scarce resources. Back then, if he didn't have a large number of grenades, he wouldn't have been able to kill that mutated Rat King. As soon as Yu Zhong loosened his grip, Yao Yao leapt off of his thigh and both of her red eyes stared at him, looking reluctantly at the grenade in his hands. Then she swiftly ran off, until not even her shadow could be seen. Right after Yu Zhong had taught Yao Yao a lesson, Xia Yu and Gao Ying were brought by two soldiers up to him. Yu Zhong glanced at Xia Yu, who always seemed elegant and attractive, and lightly said, "Miss Xia Yu, would you please tell me what you're here to ask me for?" After Qing Yuan County had landed in Yu Zhong's hands, Xia Yu and Gao Ying hadn't really been living well. Yu Zhong's treatment towards them was the same as to normal survivors. Only by doing work could they have food to eat, or otherwise, they would only be able to eat rations. Xia Yu was of noble birth, although before the end of the world, she was really nothing more than a college student without any particularly outstanding ability. There were a lot of students with a master's degree or PhD here in Yu Zhong's place, and there were also many with rich work experience. Compared with other people, her only advantage was a beautiful appearance and body. Xia Yu had no way of finding the job she wanted, therefore she ended up looking for Yu Zhong. Chapter 198 Xia Yu's Trade. Chapter 198 Xia Yu's Trade. Slightly weird spacing here, we'll try to change in the future. Xia Yu looked towards Yu Zhong and laughed heartily. I hope to join the new government as an official, with a rank not lower than major. The separation between the government and army ensured that those of higher positions would not be overcompensated from both sides. After Yu Zhong had carried out the reorganization of the troops, he also began separating government officials from the military into two divisions. However, due to the fact that they were in a war situation, the government also implemented a rank system. Officials would be compensated accordingly with their rank. Amongst the new government, the rank of a major would represent one of the corps members. Yu Zhong frowned and looked at Xia Yu. He slowly said, "Miss Xia Yu, I am truly grateful that you pointed out the compound to me at that time. However, I did guarantee your freedom as well as a smooth journey to Long High Survival Base at your request. We had a clear deal then. If you want to become an essential member of the new government, may I ask, what can you offer in return?" Yu Zhong knew that Xia Yu was not a fool. He wanted to know what she could offer to exchange for a better life in the future. Xia Yu pointed towards Gao Ying beside her and lightly smiled. Gao Ying possesses the complex knowledge of reusing ammunition, and he has plenty of experience in it. I assume that you do need someone of his caliber, right? Yu Zhong's eyes brightened, but then he shook his head. I already have several people with knowledge in the reusage of ammunition under my wing. Just based on this, it is not enough for you to become a major. After obtaining the base, the first thing Yu Zhong did was to scout for talent. In the midst of those thousands of people, there were 6 who possessed the skill of knowing how to reuse ammunition. Of course, none of them possessed actual experience. After all, in China, the reusage of ammunition only helped for a short while during the Sino-Japanese War. In the age of New China, with the aid of large-scale manufacturing, the prior technology and knowledge were not worth advancing. Currently, Yu Zhong had neither the power nor skills to make new ammunition. If he had the skills to, there was no need to rely on the complex reusage of ammunition. Yu Zhong's refusal did not cause Xia Yu to even blink. She still maintained her charm and said, "What about an entire arsenal of armed weaponry? Are you interested?" Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Yu Zhong's reaction was greater than that of seeing beautiful ladies. What he sorely lacked right now was weapons. Advanced weaponry. He could only improve the overall fighting capabilities of his team with enough weaponry. Yu Zhong stared at Xia Yu and warmly said, "Deal?" As long as you help me obtain that arsenal of weapons, I will arrange for you to be a government official with the rank of major. An exchange of a major rank for an entire supply of weaponry, this transaction was beneficial to him no matter how it was looked at. Xia Yu looked at Yu Zhong while smiling brightly. As long as Yu Zhong obtained that arsenal of weapons, she could lead a comfortable life. Although she knew the location of weapon storage, she did not possess the capability to obtain it herself. By giving it to Yu Zhong, it would be most beneficial to her. When Gao Ying joined the ammunition research department, he quickly imparted the technique and knowledge to the 300 people that Yu Zhong had selected to join the department. In the midst of these 300, the ratio of males to females was 50 to 50, and all of them cherished their jobs, as it meant that they would be able to earn their keep. However, things were not that simple as Yu Zhong originally thought. While Gao Ying had taught the skills required, the core materials needed were beyond what Yu Zhong's camp could produce on a large-scale basis. Due to the fact that there were no specialists who could manufacture ammunition, Gao Ying could only head to the processing plants and lead the manufacturing of ammunition head. The gunpowder and primer required also needed Gao Ying to assign people to manufacture. In a short time, it was not possible to start large-scale ammunition production. When Gao Ying had finished assigning duties with regards to ammunition, Yu Zhong started his preparations for the assault on the weapon storage facility. The location of the facility that Xua Yu was referring to lay between Longhai City and Sy City, somewhere in the mountainous area. It was about 300 kilometers away from Qing Yuan country. If it was before the Z-Day, it would have been just a day's journey. However, now that times had changed, the various transportation channels had been blocked, and there was the possibility of meeting with different types of accidents and situations. Yu Zhong could not afford to be hasty, and he wanted to be fully prepared. Not long after, a huge fleet led by 2 IFVs left Longhai City, consisting of a machine gun-mounted car, 5 fully loaded Dongfeng warrior vehicles, 20 Hummers, 15 other Dongfeng trucks, 4 large modified tankers and 10 modified buses. It was heading towards the weapons facility under the directions of Xia Yu. Captain Yu, there are cars blocking our way in front. There is also a large mob of zombies walking around. Please give your orders on how to proceed. On that highway, the entire fleet under Yu Zhong had come to a halt. At a distance of about 200 m in front, there were many abandoned cars and zombies shambling around aimlessly. The reason for zombies appearing here was that these were the previous owners of these private vehicles, and they were trapped here. When the world was turned upside down, a huge majority had scrambled in an attempt to flee the city by private transportation. Unfortunately, the moment there was a pile-up, they left their lives here. Yu Zhong came down from one of the Dongfeng warrior vehicles, gazed at a blocked tunnel in the distance, and furrowed his brows. These various blocked tunnels were costing him a lot of time. If there was no blockage, this journey of 300 kilometers would have been smooth sailing, completed in a day itself. The various zombies around the blocked highway started struggling and making their way towards the fleet as they became attracted to the sound of the vehicles. There were over 100 zombies in total, and among them, there were even 16 L1S and 6 S1S. Lu Yen, take the first company and handle them. It would be best if you don't use any guns. Yu Zhong took one look at the hundreds of zombies and gave his command to Lu Yen. Yes, Captain Yu. Lu Yen drew the replica Tang sword hanging at his waist and shouted at the warriors of the first company, "Brothers, let's charge! Kill!" The warriors of the first company drew out their replica Tang swords in sync and shouted with valor. Their aggression surged as they advanced towards those zombies. The first company was formed by various elite warriors after the reorganization of the previous smaller teams 1, 2, 3 and 4, and they were extremely well adapted to melee combat. Under the lead of Lu Yen, they quickly made their way into the middle of the horde, slashing their blades non-stop as if they were mowing their lawns. They beheaded many zombies as they went without a single scratch on themselves. Against these normal zombies, the members of the first company did not even need to utilize any special skills. Kong Tianyu, clear the road, Yu Zhong ordered. Yes, Captain Yu. After receiving the command, Kong Tianyu shouted towards the second company, Brothers, follow me. After he finished speaking, Kong Tianyu brought his men and started to clear the vehicles on the road carefully. Amongst those cars, there were still a number of corpses trapped between or within them. When the team encountered these zombies, they would immediately cut off the zombie's head viciously. After clearing the zombies, those evolvers who focused on their strength helped push the cars to the side. This was followed by warriors who carried equipment to suck out the fuel from these cars and load them into fuel tanks. The absorbing of fuel from these abandoned vehicles was an important and necessary step when searching for resources. In the short term, fuel was a non-renewable resource. Yu Zhong's strength was partly due to his conservative measures as well. Other than the officials of the government and military, no one else had vehicles that they could use as they liked. Currently, in Qinyuan County, the preferred mode of transport was by bicycle. Many workers opted to cycle their way to work. These bicycles also naturally became an indispensable and preferred mode of transport within Yu Zhong's establishment. Many felt proud to own one. In truth, be it in Qinyuan County, Big Stone Town or Stone Horse Town nearby, all those abandoned cars would usually be stripped and dismantled, and any sort of parts and engines would be brought back. Even the steel casings could be brought back to be recycled and processed. The spare tires would also be brought back for other uses. However, they came across these cars during an expedition. Yu Zhong prioritized the recovering of the fuel only. He could only ignore the other usual practices for now. The cars were pulled aside one by one and emptied of their fuel. Right at this time, a giant approximately 3.5 m tall with thick arms and feet walked out of one of the highway exit. It had a body covered with extremely hard scales, and its eyes were filled with intelligence and were emitting a terrifying aura. It held a mutated cow's carcass in its right hand and its mouth was smeared with fresh blood. Level 45 Type 2 Infection Evolved L3. It possesses strange strength and extremely tough scales. It possessed the infection ability, and can turn a living being into an infected one. Yu Zhong received the notification the moment he laid eyes on that L3. That L3 also saw Yu Zhong and his troops. It tossed the half-eaten carcass of the mutated cow aside, before striding forward towards them with big steps. Yu Zhong looked at the L3, pointed his finger at it, and magic flames appeared out of thin air. He rapidly shot a fireball at the L3's body. With a boom, the L3 received the fireball directly, yet its body only shook slightly. Its steps did not waver, and it continued advancing towards Yu Zhong. There was not even a single burn or scratch on its face. Due to its height of 3.5 m, with every step the L3 took, its stride was twice that of normal humans and its speed was seemingly faster than an S1 by 3 times. All units stand by. When Yu Zhong saw that the L3 was unharmed by that fireball attack, he gasped silently. After giving the order, he rushed towards the L3 with haste. Chapter 199, L3. Chapter 199, L3. Yu Zhong approached the L3 while continuously firing at it with a Type 03 rifle. The rifle bullets hit the scales of the L3 and ricocheted off it one after another, unable to cause any traces of damage in the slightest. Yu Zhong had long been mentally prepared for a situation in which the Type 03 rifle had no way of causing harm to the L3. After he rapidly drew closer to the L3, he brandished the dark magic sword and slashed at the L3's thigh. The L3's body was much too large. It would be very difficult for Yu Zhong to behead the L3. Yu Zhong's sword chopped onto that L3's thigh and there was the sound of metal clashing. With Yu Zhong's huge strength that was 4 times a normal person's, that dark magic sword, which could even cut through gold and jade, only just cut open the L3's scales when the force of the attack erupted. It merely penetrated less than 1 centimeter into the L3's flesh. To the 3.5 tall, giant-like L3, that 1 centimeter deep wound simply didn't amount to much. It waved a fist and with a piercing whoosh sound, the attack bombarded towards Yu Zhong like an incoming artillery shell. Too hard. Fucking bastard. Yu Zhong swore in a low voice and took 1 step to the left, evading the L3's vicious blow in an extremely graceful manner. The L3's fist didn't lose any strength as it pounded onto the earth, and that incomparably huge strength erupted, blasting out a large hole in the concrete ground. The surrounding ground shook slightly. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. If that fist full of strength had bombarded onto Yu Zhong's body, even with his enhancements, his bones would still be fractured and his body doomed. Yu Zhong's figure flashed and he went around to the back of the L3 with 7 times a normal person's agility. He raised the stinger and fired 2 consecutive shots at the back of the L3's head. The 2 stinger bullets struck the back of the L3's head and left 2 holes that were 2 centimeters deep. It's still good. The stinger bullets can still harm it. Seeing this, Yu Zhong lightly let out a sigh of relief. If even the stinger bullets couldn't harm the L3, that L3 was too terrifying and tricky. After being hit in the back of the head 2 consecutive times by Yu Zhong, that L3 was also enraged. It turned around and sent another fist bombarding towards him. Yu Zhong's speed was far above that of the L3's, and there also weren't any surrounding zombie hordes to block the way. His figure flashed and he easily evaded that, before going behind the L3 again. Yu Zhong took out a grenade and directly threw it at the L3. The majority of zombies didn't have the concept of dodging, and so the grenade successfully collided with the L3's right leg, producing a tremendous noise. That grenade made a huge explosion on the L3's thigh. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Yu Zhong looked closer and saw a scene that made him incomparably panic-stricken. The explosion of the grenade had actually only left a big hole in the scales of the L3's thigh, exposing the gray bones within, which had a very metallic luster. Not even the bones had been fractured. That L3's eyes flashed with an ominous hint and it chased behind Yu Zhong, waving a fist and striking towards him. Yu Zhong's body bent, evading that L3's attack, before taking advantage of the opportunity to appear near the L3's thigh. He slashed at the dense area where the bones were exposed. The sharp dark magic sword chopped onto the L3's gray bones and actually made a few sparks fly out. The huge recoil was transmitted along the hilt of Yu Zhong's sword and shook his right hand until it stung. His attack had only left a shallow mark on the L3's gray bones. If he wanted to fracture the L3's bones, he might be able to do so only if he slashed at the same spot for dozens of times. The L3 waved a fist that bombarded towards Yu Zhong, forcing him to retreat again. Yu Zhong went behind the L3 and activated the encompassing body armor skill. After he was covered in bone armor, a bone spike shot out of his right hand into the ground, supporting him as he rushed forward to the back of the L3's head. Rapidly, he pressed the stinger against the back of the L3's head and fired 4 consecutive shots. The 4 rounds of stinger bullets were constantly fired through the same wound in the L3's head. After the 4 shots, that L3 actually still hadn't died. Instead, it angrily waved its hands behind itself and a fist came bombarding towards Yu Zhong. What a hard skull! Yu Zhong was greatly startled. The bone spike extended and he evaded one of the L3's vicious attacks. Only the bone spike supporting him was bombarded into pieces by the L3's fist. When Yu Zhong landed on the ground, he immediately put away the stinger and whipped out the dark magic sword. With a few flashes, He moved up to the front of the L3 and slashed many times at the L3's gray bones, hoping to break the bones in its feet. The L3 was furious and waved a fist that bombarded towards Yuzhong, forcing him to retreat. That L3 possessed both outstanding defensive power and incomparably tyrannical attack power. Its only weakness was that its speed was slow, and so the L3 simply couldn't even touch Yuzhong's body, which had undergone many enhancements. Nevertheless, its tyrannical defensive power gave Yuzhong endless headache. Damn it! After Yuzhong had slashed at the L3 for dozens of times, he rapidly took a few steps back and with the flick of a hand, a Type 40 RPG launcher appeared out of thin air. Yuzhong pulled the trigger and a rocket shell bombarded that L3's right leg with a huge bang. That L3's right leg was finally broken by the terrifying power of the rocket shell, and the L3 itself was also sent flying by the explosion. It lost its balance and collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Yuzhong also let out a light sigh of relief. If even the Type 40 RPG wasn't able to get rid of this L3, then the situation would be troublesome. Yuzhong instantly activated the Devil Flame skill and a group of crimson-colored flames arose from his right palm. His figure flashed and he rushed towards that L3. That L3, which had collapsed to the ground, swatted at Yuzhong as if he were a fly. Yuzhong jumped up and evaded that L3's vicious attack, before jumping onto its back. With the violent flames on his right hand, he fiercely bombarded the L3's head. The violent flames enveloped the L3's head and the searing heat made its brains begin to boil. As long as it kept on burning, even if the L3's skull could withstand being shot with a large caliber bullet, its brains would still be cooked by Yuzhong's flames. However, zombies relied on their diseased brain tissue to coordinate their actions. As soon as their brain tissue was cooked, they would also die. The L3 had already evolved to have vision and was able to feel some pain, and also had an awareness of danger to some degree. It waved its large hands and swatted behind itself at Yuzhong, wanting to chase away this fly that it hated. Yuzhong instantly activated his Shadow Step skill and his speed surged to the limit. He dodged the L3's attacks whilst continuously using the Devil Flame to crazily burn away the L3's head. That crimson-colored flame constantly enveloped the L3's head and didn't stop. 15 seconds later, both of the L3's arms were finally powerless and it dropped to the ground. A large, glowing spiritual ball entered Yuzhong's body. Congratulations on rising to level 36. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Congratulations on rising to level 37. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Enhance stamina by 2 points and spirit by 2 points. Only after he got rid of that L3 did Yuzhong finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought for a while and chose to enhance his physical strength and spirit. In this time's fight with that L3, Yuzhong had employed 3 skills in a row, thus his consumption of stamina and spirit was not little. In order to have sustainable battle power and the ability to activate skills at any time from this day onward, he chose to enhance stamina and spirit. This Yuzhong really is frightening. He can actually even kill a monster like this. Xia Yu watched Yuzhong get rid of the giant-like L3 and her heart was filled with shock. She had witnessed Yuzhong's tyranny before, it was just that this time, it gave her the most tremendous shock. That L3 was an invincible, terrifying existence that not even grenades could kill, yet it was actually killed by Yuzhong. This naturally made her endlessly horrified in her heart. After that L3 had died, a skill book, a green treasure box and 200 survival coins burst out from beside its body. A level 4 skill, Rebirth. This is a passive skill that can only be learnt in situations where vitality is above 100 points without the assistance of equipment. In addition, the evolver's profession must mainly be that of the battle type in order to learn this. After learning this passive skill, even heavy injuries like broken limbs or crushed bones can slowly recover unless the person has died on the spot. Lost limbs can be regenerated, and the speed of regeneration depends on your body's vitality and how much energy is absorbed during the recovery process. Level 3 Treasure Power Belt. After equipping this, strength increases by 6 points. This skill is truly too good. Yuzhong looked at that level 4 skill rebirth and his eyes flashed with a strange light. He had to learn this passive skill. After learning this, even if he lost an arm, it could grow back again. It was only that upon seeing the requirements to learn the rebirth skill, Yuzhong's eyes lightly flickered. Having to reach 100 points of vitality without the boosts from any equipment wasn't an easy condition. Currently, Yuzhong only had 61 points of vitality without his equipment on. If he wanted to reach 100 points, it would be too unrealistic to achieve it purely through leveling. He would need to distribute 20 levels worth of points to vitality. Right when Yuzhong was putting his spoils of war into his inventory, a large L2 walked over in front of him, and its fist fiercely bombarded towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong's figure flashed and he immediately went behind the L2. He slashed at the L2's head and instantly sent it flying. The dark magic sword was extremely sharp and in Yuzhong's hands, it could already send an L2's head flying. However, if he wanted to kill an L3 with it, the dark magic sword wasn't sharp enough. Continue to clear the road. Yuzhong didn't look at that L2 again and ordered. With the efforts of Kong Tianyu's second company, the cars blocking the road were all pushed aside and a big path was cleared for the main forces. During the clearing process, there were also 4 intact Hummers that joined Yuzhong's fleet and once again, the fleet had expanded. The fleet traveled for another day and stopped beside a branch road in accordance with Xia Yu's instructions. The arsenal is right inside there. As long as you keep on walking along this lane, you'll be able to see it, Xia Yu said to Yuzhong as she pointed at an ordinary lane leading into the remote mountains and ancient forests. Yuzhong looked at that area of wilderness and his eyebrows lightly furrowed. The tyrannical mutated beasts were greatest in number in this sort of undeveloped remote place. Even the slightest mistake would result in the destruction of his only elite main battalion here in this place. I will first go to scout, you people wait here for orders, Yuzhong ordered. Chapter 200 Mutant Wolves. Chapter 200 Mutant Wolves. Yuzhong and a driver rode in a Hummer, following the lane leading into the weapons facility that was hidden deep within the mountains. Liang Hu. Fall back! Fall back! All of a sudden, Yuzhong had a premonition and he immediately shouted at the warrior responsible for driving. Liang Hu immediately set the Hummer in reverse and retreated crazily. From the forest, a number of giant wolves with gray fur and bodies as sturdy as lions leapt out like lightning, landing on the ground. If Su Jinggang had advanced earlier, he might have crashed into the midst of those giant wolves. Yuzhong activated his eyes of perception skill and the information of the giant wolves immediately flooded into his brain. Level 35 Mutant Beast Type, Mutant Grey Wolves. They possess tough skin and sharp claws, which can even tear through steel. Furthermore, they are usually gathered in packs, hence they are a tougher opponent to face. Yuzhong lifted his gaze, only to see that the total number of wolves actually exceeded 100. He could only imagine how tough these wolves were before the end of the world, and his scalp went numb. Those 100 mutant grey wolves immediately rushed towards Yuzhong and his subordinate with horrifying speed. Retreat quickly. Yuzhong quickly took out his Type 03 rifle, aimed at the mutant wolves and fired 3 shots. Those 3 bullets were aimed specifically between the eyebrows of 3 of the wolves. However, they become embedded in the fur and didn't penetrate the skin. It was obvious that while the toughness of the fur could not match the mutant water python's scales, it was not that weak either. On the contrary, the speed of the wolves was much greater than the water python's equals. By running at their maximum speed, they could still chase the Hummer and the distance between was gradually decreasing. Go call for backup. Let them come with reinforcements, I will hold them off. Yu Zhong activated his bone armor and jumped down from the vehicle. If there was no one to hold the wolves off, even Liang Hu would be killed alongside with the Hummer. Receiving Yu Zhong's command, Liang Hu knew he would not be of much help by staying, and hence he sped off. The moment Yu Zhong landed, he pointed his ring at the mutant wolves and a huge fireball instantly shot towards one of the wolves. It exploded upon impact, killing it immediately. After killing a wolf in one attack, Yu Zhong shot out a bone spear with his right hand, supporting his leap towards higher ground on the side. Those wolves had claws that could cut through steel, and so Yu Zhong did not dare get surrounded in their midst. When the unfortunate wolf died under Yu Zhong's fireball, 7 or 8 of the other wolves immediately made short work of its carcass, tearing into it aggressively. The rest of the wolves were leaping towards Yu Zhong as they jumped up onto higher ground. With a single slash, Yu Zhong killed the foremost mutant wolf and followed up with another shot of his bone spear to send himself up onto a tree. When he was up on the tree, Yu Zhong immediately retrieved the stinger and fired 2 shots at the wolves below. With Yu Zhong's superb marksmanship, 2 more wolves died miserably when their heads exploded. Their corpses were also cleaned out by their companions without a thought. With the flip of his hand, Yu Zhong drew out a JS-12 7mm sniper rifle into his hands. This was one of the items he had recovered when sweeping through the army barrack. Yu Zhong supported the JS-12 7mm rifle in his arms, then immediately aimed and fired at the wolves below him. With a single loud ping, a hole appeared in the mutant wolf's head, and it fell lifelessly onto the floor. Likewise, it was torn apart by its companions. Luckily for me, wolves don't know how to climb trees. If not, it would be problematic. Yu Zhong sat on the tree, calmly picking of the wolves one by one with the JS-12 7mm rifle. The only regret was that the killing of these mutant beasts with the usage of non-system weapons did not give him any experience. After Yu Zhong had killed about 7 of the wolves with the rifle, one of them suddenly leapt upwards, and stuck its sharp claws into the tree, making its way up the tree one step at a time. Yu Zhong's face paled and he immediately fired a shot at the wolf, making its head explode. However, it was too late. As if they had all gained the instinct, one by one, they started to throw themselves onto the tree and made use of their claws to climb up it. It was just that before Z-Day, wolves were not beasts that could climb trees, but after the events of Z-Day, their bodies had undergone huge enhancements. Yet to suddenly gain the ability to climb trees well, that was not too plausible. Those making their way up the tree proceeded slowly. After Yu Zhong observed for a while, he kept the JS-12 7mm rifle and made use of his knife to behead one of the mutant wolves that had just managed to climb up the tree, sending its head flying. Even when the wolves were climbing up from all directions, Yu Zhong remained calm and beheaded each and every wolf that made its way up as if he were harvesting grass. After killing 5 wolves in a matter of seconds, the rest of the mutant wolves jumped down from the tree. They were not as unintelligent as the normal zombies. When they failed in an attempt, they would think of other method. As the wolves came down from the tree, Yu Zhong reverted to using the JS-12 7mm rifle to take out the mutant wolves. Staring at Yu Zhong atop the tree, one of the mutant wolves' eyes flashed and it took a vicious bite out of the tree. After evolving, these wolves had teeth and claws that could pierce through steel. The force behind their bites could only be imagined from this. With just one bite, a huge hole appeared in the tree. The rest of the wolves noticed and immediately started attacking the tree with a crazy fervor. Wood chips flew everywhere and huge holes appeared one after another. As the wolves bit frenziedly, Yu Zhong shot down 2 of the mutant wolves. At that moment, though, the tree was finally bitten into 2 and it fell to the ground. Just before that, Yu Zhong had extended the bone spear with his right hand, piercing through a tree someplace else before retracting it. The bone spear brought him towards another tree, rendering the efforts of the mutant wolves for naught. Seeing how slippery Yu Zhong was, the mutant wolves patrolled for a while before heading off. Had they been normal zombies, they would have waited there dumbly and be picked up off one by Yuzhong. However, these mutant wolves had left in the end, highlighting the differences between mutant beasts and zombies. Yuzhong saw that the wolves were leaving and his face changed. He immediately jumped down from the tree. He lifted the stinger and fired 2 shots at the escaping wolves, killing 2 of them by exploding their heads. Upon receiving Yuzhong's taunts, the mutant wolves changed directions immediately like a tornado and rushed towards Yuzhong. Yuzhong's eyes flashed with a strange light and he slashed 6 times almost instantaneously. 6 of the wolves which had just pounced towards him were cut into 2 in mid-air, blood spraying everywhere. Out of the 7 wolves that had charged at Yuzhong, 1 of them had dodged Yuzhong's fatal attacks. It came up in front of him and bit down furiously on his bone armor. Under the ferocious attack of the mutant wolf with teeth like steel, Yuzhong's armor cracked and bits of bones were sent flying. However, it was not bitten through. Yuzhong waved the sword and directly sliced towards the head of the mutant wolf. As for the parts of the bone armor that were bitten, with just a small squirm, the cavities were filled. Upon seeing this, Yuzhong's mood calmed down. Relying on the safety of the tree, he slashed everywhere, and each and every wolf that reached him died under his blade. If there were too many mutant wolves gathering around, Yuzhong would then immediately make use of the bone spear to travel atop the tree. After Yuzhong had made short work of another 23 mutant wolves, the rest of the wolves decided not to be swept into his pace and set off escaping into the woods, ignoring his taunts and challenges. These mutant beasts are really tough to deal with. Yuzhong leapt down from the tree, looked at the 30-plus mutant wolves' corpses, and furrowed his brows. While these wolves were vulnerable to Yuzhong's attacks, with regards to the main battalion that he had just established, only the heavy machine guns and infantry making use of the ZPT-90 Type 25mm cannons could deal serious damage to these wolves. Other than that, the normal warriors could only use grenades or rocket launchers to even pose a threat to them. That was not to say that they could be used freely, as those weapons were powerful yet scarce resources, their amount dwindling with every usage. As of now, Yuzhong's encampment did not possess much heavy weaponry. Yuzhong looked at the various corpses lying around, and used his dark magic sword to slice open one of the mutant wolves' head, searching for its nucleus and blood essence. However, he did not manage to find any nucleus, just blood essences of various sizes. Yuzhong was delighted, and quickly kept all the corpses into his storage ring. After cleaning up the loot into his ring, Yuzhong immediately set off towards the direction he came from with haste. Within moments, Yuzhong saw his first company already on their way to provide reinforcement. With the 2 ZPT-90 Type 25mm cannons, even if the wolves were to attack again, Yuzhong had confidence in annihilating them. Lu Yen saw that Yuzhong was covered in the wolves' blood, and asked worriedly, "Captain Yu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." He waved his hands, looked towards the front and hesitated for a while before ordering, "Let's continue onwards." Upon receiving Yuzhong's orders, the entire fleet embarked on their route forward, the arsenal of weapons providing them with a strong sense of temptation as only a peerless beauty could. "Stop!" After advancing for quite a distance, Yuzhong once again called for a stop. At the same time, he got down extremely quickly from the Hummer. Right in the middle of the road, a Dongfeng warrior vehicle loaded with machine guns seemed to have been stepped on by some gigantic monster. It was flattened beyond recognition and dark red blood was scattered around the vehicle, giving the entire scene an extremely strange vibe. Chapter 201 Fearsome Beast. Chapter 201 Fearsome Beast. Yuzhong continued to look ahead, only to see that on both sides of the path, there were all sorts of different bullet holes scattered around. There were even massive craters that had been created by explosions. In front, the wreckage of the Dongfeng warrior vehicle loaded with machine guns was scattered everywhere. However, the thing that creeped Yu Zhong out the most was that 2 IFVs had actually been overturned onto the roadside and pulverized by an unknown force into something similar to discus. In addition, after a careful observation, Yu Zhong discovered that almost every military vehicle had traces of being penetrated through by a sharp object. All the signs indicated that reaching the arsenal lying ahead obviously wouldn't be smooth sailing. Rather, the dangers would be numerous, and there was even a terrifying existence that could easily destroy a killing machine like an IFV. Retreat. All of you retreat outside of this area. Wait for orders. Yu Zhong immediately ordered as he carefully observed the surrounding environment. On this lane, 2 IFVs had already been overturned. Even if those 2 IFVs had joined his fleet, they still might not be of great use. Bear in mind that these 2 IFVs were Yu Zhong's treasures. At the very last battle with the zombie hordes at Qinyuan County, had there not been 4 IFVs leading a large number of heavy-duty trucks to grind up those normal zombies, then even if Yu Zhong could bring his men to wipe them out, it wouldn't have been that easy. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's orders and seeing the wreckages of military vehicles strewn all over the ground, Lu Yen also realized the seriousness of the matter, and he immediately turned back around with his men. Right at this time, one after another, giant boars up to 3 m tall that resembled miniature tanks appeared before the eyes of various people from one side of the arsenal. They had long, sharp tusks and they were covered in a layer of black scales. Level 43 Mutant Beast. Black-scaled ferocious boar. It is a ferocious mutant beast that has both strong defense and attack. Their tusks can easily pierce through everything blocking their way. Those black-scaled ferocious boars obviously didn't come out to greet Yu Zhong and his men. As soon as they appeared, their eyes all turned crimson and they charged towards Yu Zhong and his men. After Yu Zhong got into the rear of the Hummer, he took out a Type QJZ-8912 7mm machine gun and crazily opened fire at those black-scaled ferocious boars charging towards him. The large-caliber heavy machine gun bullets that could even tear through a Dongfeng warrior vehicle bombarded the bodies of those tank-like black-scaled ferocious boars, making sparks fly off as the bullets were repelled. The bullets had no way of even leaving a mark on those black-scaled ferocious boars. Damn! What an abnormal defense! Upon seeing this scene, Yu Zhong couldn't help but swear. 12. 7mm large-caliber bullets could even pass through the scales of a mutant water snake or the skull of an L2, yet it actually had no effect on these black-scaled ferocious boars. Evidently, they had extremely abnormal defense, and at the very least, their defense was on the same level of existence as the mutant Rat King's leather. In the midst of the fleet, the Type ZPT 90-25mm cannons on top of the 2 IFVs swiveled around and terrifying flames instantly began surging out crazily from them. Proclaimed by Yu Zhong to be killing machines, the Type ZPT 90-25mm cannons displayed their incomparably mighty firepower. The extremely intense cannon shells exploded on the black-scaled ferocious boars one after another, ripping through that layer of scales with astonishing defense. The explosion made flowers of blood blossom everywhere. After the cannons had crazily opened fire, a black-scaled ferocious boar's gigantic head was battered into a sieve with fresh blood constantly gushing out. Powerlessly, it collapsed onto the ground. Seeing that one of its own had fallen to the ground, a clear hint of wariness flashed through the eyes of the other black-scaled ferocious boars. They stared fiercely at Yu Zhong and his men, then raised their heads up to the sky and emitted a huge, pig-like cry. The next moment, amid the dense forests, countless birds were startled and flew off. One after another, the towering trees toppled over. A gigantic wild boar that was 7 m tall and 30 m long leapt out from the dense forests and stared coldly at Yu Zhong. Its body was covered in black scales, and its eyes flashed with a violent red light. The gigantic wild boar seemed almost indomitable. Level 65 Mutant Beast. Type 2 Black-Scaled Ferocious Boar. Upon seeing that Type 2 Black-Scaled Ferocious Boar, Yu Zhong inhaled a mouthful of cold air. That Type 2 Black-Scaled Ferocious Boar was so huge that Yu Zhong's 2 IFVs seemed like toys in front of it. He finally understood what thing had crushed the Dong Feng warrior vehicles one after another into discuses. Even if that Type 2 Black-Scaled Ferocious Boar simply stood quietly in place, it would still give people a sort of heavy, pressurizing feeling, as if a powerful aura was billowing around it. That normal black-scaled ferocious boar already had very abnormal defense, but Yu Zhong still didn't know how abnormal that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's defense would be. Naturally, that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar didn't come out to greet Yu Zhong and then leave. Rather, its hooves moved in unison and it leapt up, shuttling through its 23 little brothers like thunder. Very quickly, it rushed to the front of the horde of boars and led the 23 black-scaled ferocious boars to launch an assault on Yu Zhong's fleet. The Type ZPT 90 25mm cannons on top of the IFVs crazily spewed out flames and countless terrifying cannon shells bombarded the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's body. However, the outcome that everyone feared the most occurred. When those 25mm cannon shells that could easily tear through an LAV, light armored vehicle, bombarded the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's body, they actually all bounced off it. Yu Zhong saw that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar and finally understood how those 2 IFVs had been overturned and trampled into pieces. Damn! No wonder the 2 IFVs were both finished by these monsters. It turned out that there was an abnormal fellow like this. Yu Zhong activated the encompassing body armor skill once again and leapt out of the Hummer. If he didn't take action, the main battalion that he painstakingly managed would be crushed into pieces by that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar and its little brothers. As soon as he landed, Yu Zhong immediately pulled out the Type 40 RPG launcher, the strongest weapon in his possession. He fired at the rampaging Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar with a boom. That rocket grenade turned into a streak of light that bombarded the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's massive, chubby face, and with a boom it exploded. After the smoke and dust had dispersed, a fist-sized wound was revealed on the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's chubby face. That Type 40 RPG launcher had finally torn through that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's defense. However, to a 7m tall Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar that was akin to a building, that fist-sized wound was almost negligible. Instead, that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar was angered by Yu Zhong's attack. After it had evolved to Type 2, it had become this area's overlord-level creature. There simply wasn't anyone who dared to provoke it, yet right now, there was actually a tiny ant that had bitten him. Evidently, the injury wasn't heavy, but that still made it exceptionally angry. That Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar cast aside the fleet, which in its opinion was an existence not even comparable to ants. It leapt up onto a hill and in doing so, it completely crushed a dozen tall trees and the surrounding ground shook. The Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar had set its eyes on Yu Zhong and charged towards him like a tank. Along the way, the trees blocking its charge were all crushed and they collapsed onto the ground. Nothing could stop its charge. Those 23 little brothers also tightly followed behind their boss and were in hot pursuit of Yu Zhong. After Yu Zhong launched a rocket grenade, he immediately fled into the depths of the forest without looking back. Even if he had dozens of Type 40 RPG ammunition, he wasn't certain if he could get rid of that massive, building-like Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, not to mention that right now the amount of Type 40 RPG ammunition in his hands wasn't even 5. Every time that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar took a step, it was equivalent to Yu Zhong taking 5 or 6 steps. Similarly, in addition to its extremely high agility, the distance between the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar and Yu Zhong crazily decreased. What should I do? Yu Zhong constantly sprinted at a crazy pace, using the support of the bone spears to quickly leap onto a tall tree. It was just that the Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar actually kept on stubbornly using brute force to snap the trees one after another, its piggy eyes flashing fiercely with a frightening light. Its appearance showed that it wouldn't stop until it had trampled Yu Zhong into meat paste. That Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar crushed countless trees that were blocking its way and fiercely collided into the tall tree that Yu Zhong had just jumped up, making it snap. Fight! Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of a strange light, and a bone spear instantly erupted out of his right hand, pushing against that tall tree. Using the reaction force, Yu Zhong was propelled onto that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's body. When Yu Zhong landed on it, he used both of his hands like hooks to hug it tightly, without daring to let go in the slightest. As soon as Yu Zhong let go, he would be trampled into meat paste by those crazy black-scaled ferocious boars. That Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar felt that there was someone on its body and constantly shook itself whilst pelting through the forest at high speed. Lying on the body of that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, Yu Zhong felt as if he were lying upon a high-speed race car traveling at a speed over 200 kilometers per hour, and that high-speed race car was constantly changing directions and turning around corners as well. That huge force of drag made both of Yu Zhong's hands shake until they were sore. If his strength hadn't already reached 51 points, Yu Zhong would have been shaken off much earlier. Yu Zhong wasn't able to do anything as he lay on that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar moving at high speed. He could only tightly cling onto its back, and he simply didn't dare to move in the slightest. The slightest movement would result in him being shaken off and sent flying like an artillery shell. That Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar dashed for some time before discovering that there was no way to shake off Yu Zhong, who was on its back. It immediately changed tactics and used all of its strength to spring up, reaching 7m into the air before landing. After it landed, the surrounding ground shook with a huge bang. Yu Zhong, who was clinging tightly onto its back, also felt as if he had gone into freefall from 7m in midair and received the huge impact. Even though the impact on that Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar's back had decreased by a lot, it still shook his internal organs, causing him endless pain. If the toughness of Yu Zhong's body hadn't reached 38 points, this could have given him severe injuries. Chapter 202. Fierce Battle with the Beast. Chapter 202. Fierce Battle with the Beast. The Type 2 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar jumped around continuously, causing shockwaves one after another and making Yu Zhong disoriented. He even suffered some internal injuries. However, as his vitality was 7 times stronger than that of normal humans, his light wounds were constantly healing. Damn, if this goes on, I would be killed by this pig. An idea started to form in Yu Zhong's mind, but it was not easy to climb up the bodies of these monsters. Even if he could make it onto top, he might not necessarily be able to kill it. At the next jump of the Type 2 ferocious boar, right before it landed, Yu Zhong made his move. He used his bone armor to shoot out 4 spikes into the ground, supporting him and preventing him from falling with the Type 2 ferocious boar. The moment the boar landed, Yu Zhong retracted his spikes, leaping with agility onto the head of the boar. Making use of his limbs like a nimble monkey, he made his way on top of the boar's head. This time, when the boar prepared to jump high again, Yu Zhong grabbed onto its body tightly. Right as the boar started descending, with just a thought, Yu Zhong shot out 4 bone spears again that pierced into the ground before frenziedly retracting them, allowing him to descend speedily. He appeared in front of the boar's eyes. Yu Zhong retrieved the stinger and fired 3 shots at the boar's right eye. The boar didn't even have enough time to blink, and its eye was immediately pierced by all 3 shots. With regards to the majority of living things, The eyes tended to be one of the weaker spots. This boar was not any different. Although its entire body was covered with black scales that were tough enough to block even cannon fire, its eyes were not protected. As long as it did not close its eyes, even a normal rifle bullet could hurt its eyeballs. This time, it received Yu Zhong's shots at point-blank range. The bullets pierced through the eyeball and drew fresh blood. After the 3 shots had hit the boar, Yu Zhong quickly jumped back onto its body. Currently, the safest place was on top of the boar itself. When the boar's eye had been injured, it went into a frenzy. Under the influence of the huge pain, it charged forward while jumping, heading towards the forest while flattening everything in its path like a tank. Yu Zhong could only hold on tightly and was shaken until he saw stars, but he did not dare let go in the slightest. When the Type 2 mutant black-scaled ferocious boar made use of its strength, its speed outstripped the rest of the normal mutant black-scaled ferocious boars, and very soon, it had left its 23 little brothers behind. However, Yu Zhong did not know this and was only concerned about holding on for dear life and enduring the bumps as the boar continued its speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The boar continued its rampage for another half an hour before its speed started to decline. Under its explosive strength, it was possible for the boar to hit a top speed of 300 kilometers per hour, but for it to maintain a speed of 200 kilometers per hour for an entire hour was not plausible. Although it was an evolved life form and had gained mighty strength, likewise, its size had also increased equally. It already consumed a lot of energy and stamina while running, not to say the physical exertion when it was running with all its strength. In half an hour, Yu Zhong had already dispelled his bone armor, and White Bones was perched on top the body together with him. When the boar had slowed down, Yu Zhong had the opportunity to observe his surroundings, only to find out that the boar had brought them way beyond the mountains. There was a lush forest of dense trees up to 10 meters tall, blocking out large areas of sunlight, only allowing some slight rays to shine through. "We are actually heading up the hill," Yu Zhong thought silently as he felt the direction while perched atop the boar. After running such a distance, the mutant boar's right eye had started to scar, and it had also started to calm down from its rage. All of a sudden, the mutant boar twisted its body and rolled towards the ground. Yu Zhong was shocked and hastily jumped down from the boar's body, before leaping onto a great tree. White Bones followed suit onto another tree. After the mutant boar did a roll, it got back up on its feet quickly and stared at Yu Zhong. It opened its mouth and let loose an earth-shaking grunt. That unearthly sound was really shocking, and it caused a terrifying shock wave to propagate outwards in all directions. When that terrifying sound was transmitted outwards, some bugs, weaker animals, and even birds were affected, dying on the spot. The skies seemed to rain with the countless dead birds falling. Yu Zhong was not spared from the sound wave, and both his ears rang incessantly. His brain seemingly faced an onslaught of knives and was on the verge of exploding. His heart rate jumped up by 3 times and his blood was about to burst out of its vessels. His chest tightened and he threw up a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body falling from the tree like a rag. Meanwhile, blood trickled from his ears, not escaping the damage caused from the shockwave. After releasing that fearsome grunt, fatigue flashed across the boar's fierce gaze. That finishing move was gained when it had evolved into a Type 2 mutant beast. The might of the attack was extremely heavy-handed, yet at the same time, it consumed a lot of its energy. It could not execute it consecutively, otherwise it would endanger itself as well. However, as it saw Yu Zhong falling from the tree, its eyes flashed with glee and it immediately rushed towards him. Seeing that Yu Zhong was about to become meat paste under the hooves of the mutant boar, White Bones shot out a bone spear to push Yu Zhong away from his original position, lifting him up. Under the pounce of that mutant boar, a few of the great trees at Yu Zhong's original position were knocked down and broken, yet the mutant boar did not gain anything. White Bones retracted its bone spear, pulled Yu Zhong towards itself and hugged him. The mutant boar's soundwave attack may have affected the living things around it, but it was useless to an undead like White Bones. Run towards the mountain top. Yu Zhong was still dizzy and his ears were ringing non-stop, deaf to any other sound. His head felt like splitting and he could not control his body at all, so he could only leave it all to White Bones. Yu Zhong's other pet Greenie had undergone evolution during slumber almost right after its meal of the Z1, which was why he did not bring it along during this mission. If he had Greenie with him, with its flight capability, even if Yu Zhong was helpless against this Type 2 black-scaled ferocious boar, escaping would not be an issue. Upon receiving Yu Zhong's order, White Bones immediately carried Yu Zhong and headed towards the mountain peak with haste. The mutant boar stared at Yu Zhong, who had heard it twice and was now being carried away by White Bones. It knocked away the trees blocking the way and immediately gave chase. As of now, White Bones possessed a speed that was 5 times that of a normal human. Furthermore, it had the ability to manipulate its bones, and although its speed could not compare to the mutant boar, every time the boar caught up to it, White Bones would shoot a bone spear to bring itself up above a 10 m tall tree. When the boar had knocked down and destroyed that tree, White Bones would just immediately send itself up to another tree. Move towards the right. Yu Zhong's vitality that was 7 times stronger than a normal human had finally activated, so although his ears were still ringing, he had regained a little control over his body. Among the 6 different attributes, the strengthening of each had its own use. Not one could be considered a waste or rubbish. Following Yu Zhong's order, White Bones shot out a bone spear towards a tree on the right and retracted it almost immediately, pulling itself and Yu Zhong over. Seeing that White Bones was about to escape, the mutant boar became even more enraged. It took a deep breath and once again released that horrifying earth-shaking sound wave. Terrifying shock waves traveled outwards with the mutant boar as the center, exploding most of the smaller and weaker life forms that they passed, killing them instantly. Yu Zhong immediately activated his encompassing body armor skill and White Bones immediately transformed into the protective covering that enveloped his whole body, leaving not even a single hole for ventilation. When that terrifying sound wave arrived at Yu Zhong's body, after passing through the layers of White Bones' armor, it gradually weakened and did not pose a threat to Yu Zhong when it did finally reach him. Yu Zhong immediately shifted his body and continued escaping towards the right. After finding out that its roar had no effect, the mutant boar seemed to become sluggish. However, it could not let go of its hatred and continued rushing towards Yu Zhong in a frenzy. After running towards the right for about 100 m, Yu Zhong suddenly halted and flipped his right hand, pulling out a Type 03 rifle and pointing it at the approaching mutant boar. He started shooting towards the crazy-looking beast. The mutant boar's face became riddled with countless rifle bullets, and the bullets bounced off its face. Yu Zhong's firing did no damage to the mutant boar, only serving to enrage it further, and its speed suddenly soared, pouncing like a lightning bolt towards Yu Zhong with all its strength. Yu Zhong immediately shot out 2 bone spears, sending himself into the sky, resulting in the mutant boar pouncing onto thin air. In fact, Yu Zhong was standing at the edge of a cliff. Since the mutant boar had missed the pounce, its forelimbs landed on thin air, and its body weight sent itself tumbling off the cliff. Just before the mutant boar fell into the cliff abyss, it made use of its tail to strike viciously at Yu Zhong, and that monstrous strength caused even the exterior bone armor to cave in. Yu Zhong also suffered a broken rib and threw up a mouthful of fresh blood, before falling into the cliff abyss as well. Chapter 203 A Huge Harvest. Chapter 203 A Huge Harvest. The cliff was a few hundred meters deep, so if Yu Zhong fell from that height, even he would become meat paste. Just when he had been falling for a short time, with just a thought, He shot out a bone spear from his bone armor that pierced the cliff wall, supporting him and preventing him from freefall. As for that fierce and extraordinarily brutal mutant boar that was like a tank, it continued its unfortunate descent and crashed heavily onto the bottom of the cliff. While hanging in the air, Yuzhong gritted his teeth and bore the pain in his chest, immediately taking out the medicinal pills made from the life-saving grass and swallowing them. He moved his hands and shot out bone spears alternately, descending the cliff wall slowly. His first priority was to determine if the tank-like mutant boar, which would not be defeated, was truly dead or not. After reaching a distance of about 100 m from the bottom, Yuzhong gazed at the fallen body of the mutant boar that had chased him till no end, not detecting any movement. There was a lot of blood flowing from its mouth. From afar, Yuzhong pulled out a Type 03 rifle and shot at the head of the mutant boar. One by one, the bullets bounced off the impregnable scales. This time, there was no movement from the mutant boar. It was apparently dead. Upon seeing this, Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he rejoiced from within. The entire body of the mutant boar was a treasure. Its scales could even block the firepower of a Type ZPT 90 25mm cannon. That was by far the best defense that Yuzhong had come across. If he could convert them into his armor, his defense would increase by another notch. Yuzhong's heart was burning, and whilst tolerating the pain in his chest, he used the bone spear to support himself down the cliff wall. When he landed, he quickly climbed on top of the mutant boar's head, pulled out his dark magic blade, and used all his strength to cut down swiftly, only to find that even after summoning all his strength, all that the dark magic blade did was to leave a white mark on the scales of the mutant boar's head. It did not even penetrate a single bit. Sure enough, Yuzhong frowned and thought earnestly for a while, before activating his devil flame skill, and a mass of fiery red flames arose in his hands. Yuzhong gazed at the fiery red devil flame in his hand, and with a thought, accompanied by the continuous consumption of his spirit and stamina, the fiery red devil flame compressed. After spending 25 points of spirit and 25 points of stamina, a thin red thread of fire was condensed on his right index finger. Yuzhong was perspiring profusely. Poking into the back of the mutant boar with his finger, the highly compressed flame started burning a hole, before finally creating a wound the size of a finger. Yuzhong continued to use the highly compressed devil flame gathered at his index finger to burn the back of the mutant boar, and managed to create an opening for the dark magic blade to penetrate through. After burning the hole, Yuzhong heaved a sigh of relief, as he had already consumed a large amount of stamina and spirit. When mutated beasts were still alive, they were very resilient. The wounds that were created on the mutant boar's body when Yuzhong shot 40 rocket grenades at it had already recovered, and even the scales had grown out once again. Yuzhong had also tried using his devil flame to rip off the skin from the boar, but to no avail. He thought for a while, before jumping down from the mutant boar's back, and quietly rested for 20 minutes while recovering the spent stamina and spirit. When the 20 minutes had passed, Yuzhong quickly jumped on to the boar's face with White Bones. With a thought, White Bones got into a prone position, its body shooting out layers of bone spears and thus creating a bone platform in front of the mutant boar's eyes. Yuzhong swiftly got on the platform, pulled out his dark magic blade, and summoned his strength to pierce the eye of the mutant boar. This time, the sharpness of the dark magic blade could be employed, breaking through the eyeball of the dead mutant boar. Yuzhong continually hacked and cut using the dark magic blade, before finally managing to retrieve the eyeball. He released a load of bloody meat in the process, and the unpleasant smell of blood filled his nostrils. He hesitated for a while, but the desire to obtain any possible nucleus or blood essence won over his disgust towards the stench. He began making cuts into the flesh of the mutant boar, and burrowed within its head. After 20 minutes, with his whole body covered in specks of red and white mucus, Yuzhong stepped out of the body, holding a black shiny nucleus the size of a fist and a red blood essence the size of 2 fingers. Upon emerging from the body of the dead mutant boar, he immediately jumped into a small creek beside the body to enjoy a cold bath, washing off the grime and blood on him. White Bones suddenly shot out a bone spear into the body of the mutant boar through the eye socket until it reached the skull and activated its bone manipulation skill, continuously absorbing the bone essence of the mutant boar. Yuzhong only took a look at White Bones and retrieved various barbecue equipment and condiments from his storage ring. Then he directly started roasting a chunk of meat from the dead boar. The scales of the mutant boar were extremely tough, and the same applied to about 10 centimeters of the meat that was under the scales, yet the flesh further deeper was soft and fresh, with a certain tenderness and chewiness. After roasting, the flavor was beyond comparison, and Yu Zhong wolfed down 3 bites. Congratulations, you have gained 1 point in endurance. When Yu Zhong had just eaten the 3rd chunk of meat, the pleasant sound of a notification resounded. Hearing the sound, Yu Zhong became distracted and a thought flashed in his mind. Don't tell me that eating the meat of advanced types of mutated beasts can grant enhancements. Before this, Yu Zhong had eaten the meat of the mutated beasts many times, yet did not gain any enhancement. Becoming stronger from the meat of an advanced type was also a first for him. After he heard the notification, he immediately took great bites, making short work of 7 to 8 chunks of meat, yet there were no further notifications. However, even though there were no enhancements, he felt that his stamina and spirit seemed to be recovering faster after eating the meat. What a treasure! After finishing his meal, Yu Zhong looked at the mutant boar the size of a house, and his eyes flashed with greed. The mutant boar had a few 100 tons of meat on it, and even the bones could be used to construct weapons. Its scales were also an excellent source of defensive material. Unfortunately, Yu Zhong's storage ring did not possess enough space to keep the entire mutant boar inside. Yu Zhong retracted his gaze from the mutant boar's carcass and retrieved the red blood essence, swallowing it. The moment it entered his abdomen, it became a billowing heat and started surging throughout his body, nourishing every single cell in his body. Congratulations, you have gained 15 points in vitality and 10 points in endurance. The blood essence of the mutant boar was really extraordinary. After consuming it, Yu Zhong had actually gained 25 points of enhancement in total, greatly strengthening his physique. Yu Zhong erected a tent by the creek, and after placing some traps around the tent, he entered it and immediately fell into a deep sleep. He needed to rest properly for the wound on his chest and the broken rib caused by the last desperate hit of the mutant boar to both heal. On the morning of the 2nd day, Yu Zhong awoke. His broken rib had completely restored with the help of his immense vitality and the medicinal pills taken prior. Since he had recovered, he immediately pulled out his dark magic sword and proceeded to use his entire strength to start peeling the scales from around the eyes. Although the dark magic blade could not cut the scales on the mutant boar, with Yu Zhong's recovered energy and strength 5 times that of normal humans, he could actually peel the scales slowly. It just required an astonishing amount of physical energy. Yu Zhong worked at it tirelessly for the whole day and only managed to peel open an area 8 m long and 4 m wide worth of scales, whilst at the same time slicing out 3 tons of meat. During the night, Yu Zhong would only rest for a short while and then continue his work. The scales of the mutant boar were simply too amazing, and he was not willing to give up even a single one of them. With the scales of this mutant boar, the troops directly under Yu Zhong would be able to advance in power, and the snake skin armor could be given to the troops in Qi Yang's 2nd company. It must be known that the armor made of the mutant water python's skin was scarce. As of now, other than the officers of each company, only the Special Combat Battalion and the first 2 rows of evolvers in the 1st company under Yu Zhong's 1st Battalion possessed one each. The rest of the military force was mostly using armor made from the normal mutant rat's hide. After the war at the granary, Yu Zhong had managed to retrieve a huge load of mutant rats' hides. Although the armor made of the mutant rat's hide could not compare to that of the mutant water snakes, with the reinforcements of 3 layers of it, even normal zombies would find it hard to damage the armor. Only the evolved zombies could get past it, and they were currently the leading cause of casualties in Yu Zhong's troop. Yu Zhong's actions were like those of a butcher, busying himself throughout these 3 days, cutting out 20+ tons of meat from the mutant boar, and any scales exposed were all peeled clean by him. There was a patch that was stuck to the ground, which he could do nothing about except leaving it there. On the 2nd day of dismembering the mutant boar, the meat started to release a stench, and Yu Zhong only managed to procure 20 tons of good meat. Congratulations, your special bones skill has gained 20 points in endurance. On the noon of the 3rd day, White Bones, which had been absorbing the bone essence of the mutant boar, retrieved his bone spears from within the mutant boar, and Yu Zhong received the sweet sound of a notification. After fully absorbing the bone essence of the mutant boar, White Bones' entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of black metallic luster, and a bony armor enveloped him entirely, giving him the appearance of an ancient general. It became harder to detect that White Bones was just a skeleton. Chapter 204, Tracking. Chapter 204, Tracking. Yu Zhong saw that White Bones had finished its evolution and proceeded to pack up his belongings. He made use of White Bones to form a bone ladder to climb up the cliff wall, intending to backtrack his way to where he had initially met the mutant boar. The mutant boar had been knocking down trees along the way of its rampage, forming a path like a guiding light that led Yu Zhong and White Bones forward. However, just after entering the forest for about 100 meters, Yu Zhong was faced with 2 very difficult choices. In front of him, there were 3 routes that were obviously created by the rampages of giant beasts. He had no way of determining which was the actual way back. If he took the wrong path, he might very well end up in a monster's lair and become a snack for it. Yu Zhong had no confidence that he could lure another beast to the cliff. After pondering for a while, Yu Zhong decided to turn back and went back down the cliff, following the creek and swimming along it. There were too many people in China. As long there was a water body, save for mountains or forests, people would gather. Yu Zhong could only pray that he would come across other humans as he swam along. In these unknown mountains, there would be shrill sounds of beasts lamenting from time to time. The sounds of battle between the mutant beasts would also ring out regularly. Yu Zhong came across a level 46 mutant flamingo with fiery red feathers and a wingspan of almost 50 m fighting crazily with a flock of level 36 mutant green eagles with wingspans of only 20 m. When Yu Zhong saw those mutant beasts fighting, he immediately ran off quietly without daring to stay in the slightest. Other than those, there would be numerous birds startled into flying from time to time or beasts rampaging about, obviously from the presence of a dangerous giant beast inside the forest. Yu Zhong would often feel the impending danger, and each time he would activate the encompassing body armor, encasing him completely and blocking off his scent, before hurriedly escaping forward. Near a small brook, 6 men with tattered clothes holding fish nets and harpoons were lying prone on the ground, keeping a fixed gaze on the small brook. In that small brook, there was an abundant source of fish. As long as they threw the net, they would be able to pull up enough for a meal, and if their luck was good and the haul was immense, they could even feed themselves for 2 weeks. Old secretary, can I not go? I'm pleading you. That thing will eat me. One of the younger men, who was injured, held his harpoon and knelt in front of the middle-aged man, kowtowing profusely and crying out. In this small brook, while there was a large abundance of fish, it also concealed the existence of a terrifying man-eating mutant beast. Many who came with the intention of monopolizing this brook had died in the stomach of it. These 6 people were survivors from the nearby Tooth village. Roughly a month ago they had 32 companions, but now the numbers have dwindled down to just the 6 of them. These villagers wanted to fish at the brook, so they had no choice but to let one be a bait, luring the mutant beast out or to eat its fill. When the beast was in the middle of its meal, the rest would then be successful in fishing on the other side. The middle-aged man was tanned and looked like a farmer. His face sank and he said, "Blackie, what did we agree on? Whoever drew the short stick would be the bait, wasn't it? When others drew their lot, you ate the fish with gusto. Now that you've drawn the lot, you want to go back on your word?" The other 4 villagers eyed Blackie, their harpoons ready at a moment's notice. If he resisted, they would kill him first and set his corpse as a bait. Blackie's face turned pale, and he knew that he would be killed if he refused, hence he gritted his teeth and said, "Secretary, I will go. My kid and wife at home, I leave in your hands, please." The old secretary said heavily, "Rest assured, as long as I have the energy, I will not let them go hungry. Secretary, there's somebody. Somebody is coming from there." All of a sudden, one of the villagers ran over to the old secretary, pointing towards the front. The old secretary looked towards the direction which the villager pointed towards, only to see Yu Zhong and White Bones walking along the river towards them. He really is not afraid of death. Looking at the calm Yu Zhong sauntering towards them, they all had the same thoughts. The 6 of these survivors immediately got down onto the ground, quietly observing Yu Zhong. None of them had the intention of warning him of the danger in the brook. If the mutant beast could eat its fill, those lying in wait would not have to sacrifice any of their members. Yu Zhong had come very close to the brook when suddenly, his sense of danger went off and he retreated as quickly as an arrow towards land. White Bones also mimicked Yu Zhong's actions. At that moment, the water flow from the brook exploded towards the skies and a huge mutant water snake over 20 m long rushed from within, its appearance as though that of a dragon. It opened its mouth wide to attack Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong took one look at the mutant water snake and the dark magic sword appeared in his hands. With the explosion of his speed that was 7 times that of a normal person, he dodged towards the right just as the mutant water snake bit down at the position where he was just an instant ago. In the next moment, Yu Zhong grabbed his dark magic sword and like an arrow, he made his way to the head of the mutant water snake, viciously striking at the area about 7 inches from its head, beheading it and causing an endless amount of blood to flow. The mutant water snake struggled for quite a while after receiving the blow with snake blood splattering everywhere, before it fell lifelessly on the ground. White Bones stepped up and grabbed the dead body, pulling it out from the water. Yu Zhong immediately went to work and started cutting up its head, retrieving the blood essence hidden deep in its skull. How powerful! The 6 villagers saw how easy it was for Yu Zhong to dispose of the mutant water snake, and all drew a cold breath. They had experienced the terror of the mutant water snake themselves. Even harpoons could not pierce its skin, which was why they had no choice but to make use of the baiting method to fish. One of the villagers eyed the dark magic sword in Yu Zhong's hands and a hint of unease flashed in his eyes. Yu Zhong turned his attention towards the location of the 6 villagers and called out coldly, "Have you seen enough? Get out of here this instant." Upon hearing Yu Zhong's words, all 5 of them looked towards the old secretary for instructions. The old secretary hesitated a while before saying heavily, "Let's go." After the events of Z-Day, humans became scarier. However, the old secretary saw that while Yu Zhong exuded a terrifying aura, he would not hold a grudge against others for the sake of food. That was why he dared to bring them over. Just when they reached in front of Yu Zhong, he immediately shot off questions. "Who are you people? What is this place?" This younger brother, the old secretary looked at Yu Zhong, before continuing and narrated their history and the events. The old secretary's name was Ma Jingming, and he was the secretary of the Tooth Village. There was also Blackie, whose real name was Lu Erhe, and the other 4, who were called Kai Wen, Lu Qing, Zhang Er and He Guang. Tooth Village was once one of Sy County's many villages and was mainly in charge of fishing, hunting and farming for its survival. After the events of Z-Day, due to the villagers being exposed to constant physical labor, their fighting strength was not weak, and so they disposed of many of those zombies. Nearly half the village actually survived. However, in the following month, their rations were wiped clean. They had no choice but to re-embark on their hunting and fishing practices. Within the mountains themselves, many huge mutant beasts had appeared, complicating their hunting and causing many casualties. They could only rely on fishing. However, the mutant water snake was not to be provoked easily, and unlike the mountains, the river held an abundant source of fish. That was why they chose to fish. Yuzhong continued, "Do you know if there are any major human camps around this area?" Yuzhong's current priority was to find a place with radio communications, so he could re-establish communications with his people in Qingyuan County. Ma Jingming shook his head. "No, in front of our village is actually Qin Village, but it is filled with zombies. We can't go over, and we do not know if there are other gathering places beyond that." Ma Jingming had also seen the film Resident Evil, and so he naturally knew what zombies were. Ma Jingming looked at Yuzhong and asked carefully, "Brother Yuzhong, can you let us do our fishing?" Yuzhong had been the one to dispose of the mutant water snake. The brook was a treasure trove of fish before the mutant water snake had claimed it as its territory. It had a steady output of fresh fish and aquatic life. Ma Jingming was mindful of Yuzhong's strength and subconsciously asked for permission. Yuzhong waved his hands. "Just do it!" Ma Jingming was delighted and brought his villagers to begin throwing the fishing net. With just a few nets, the villagers managed to haul in a few pounds of fish. After the world changed, there was no overfishing done by humans, and due to the virus influence, the aquatic life replenished itself fairly quickly. That was why this river had an abundance of fish. Ma Jingming looked towards Yuzhong and extended an invitation warmly. "Brother Yuzhong, thanks to you disposing of the mutant water snake, we could have such a haul. Please do consider coming to our village to rest for a while, and let us throw a feast for you." "That's great." Yuzhong also needed directions to proceed to the next village. After all, he had been walking for a day and was getting tired, therefore he accepted Ma Jingming's invitation. Tooth Village was a small village surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with over 100 acres of farmland. There were over 24 brick houses, and on top of that, there were some remnants of some red brick houses from the 50s or 60s. Just outside of the village, there was a group of women and children going around digging for wild vegetables, whilst the kids focusing on other insects that could be eaten, such as grasshoppers, earthworms, cicadas, etc. Chapter 205. Crazy Kitchen Knife. Chapter 205. Crazy Kitchen Knife. After the world had changed, a large number of species had all started to mutate, and plants were no exception. The wild vegetables that were edible by humans before the world had changed instantly became very scarce. At the same time, wave after wave of poisonous plants grew unbridledly from the ground. If those poisonous plants were eaten, the human would be poisoned and die. Subsequently, scouring for wild vegetables was also a technical activity. Without sufficient knowledge, there was no way of finding wild vegetables that were edible. In the surroundings of this tooth village, there were many plants, but those that could actually be eaten were few in number. When Ma Jingming and his party returned to the villages all surrounded them and greedily looked at the big fishes in the nets. Ma Jingming and his party also all had their heads held up high, as if they were heroes triumphantly returning. In fact, in the eyes of the people of Tooth Village, Ma Zhengming and the others who had brought over food really all were heroes. However, even more people's gazes landed on White Bones, who was dragging the corpse of the mutant water snake behind it. This was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying monster. Many children curiously extended their hands to touch the scales of that mutant water snake. All along the way, Yu Zhong had been looking at Tooth Village, only to see over 40 women of different ages and around 10 children. The only men left were Ma Jingming and the 5 others. Ma Jingming led Yu Zhong, White Bones, Lu Erei Blackie, Kai Wen, Lu Qing, Zhang Er and He Guang into a compound. As soon as Ma Jingming entered the compound, 6 women walked out. The oldest was 46, whilst the youngest was only 16. Apart from that 46-year-old middle-aged women, the rest of the women all had slightly dark skin, but all of them still looked quite pretty, and they were regarded as beauties in this village. Ma Jingming threw down a bucket of fish and shrimp before that middle-aged woman and said forthrightly, "Wan Zi, bring those few over to prepare some good food. Also, bring that divine spring tea over. I'm going to have a good drink with these brothers." That middle-aged woman received that bucket of fish and shrimp, then brought the other 5 women over to the kitchen. Plate after plate of boiled prawns, steamed carp, sashimi, stewed fish soup and all sorts of other delicious freshwater fishes were placed onto the table. Apart from that, each of the men also received a cup of green-colored tea. Lu Erei raised his cup of tea to smell it and a surge of fragrance wafted out from it, making him startled. His body felt extremely comfortable and he hurriedly asked, "Old secretary, you've really hidden it quite deeply, what treasure is this?" Ma Jingming gave a chuckle and raised his cup of green-colored tea to take a sip, before saying with his eyes narrowed, "This is divine spring tea. Drinking it will give your body many benefits." Yu Zhong raised his cup of divine spring tea to take a sniff, and a surge of fragrance rushed into his nostrils. After that surge ended, he also felt quite refreshed. He poked out his tongue and lightly licked that divine spring tea. He didn't perceive any danger and immediately drank it. As soon as that divine spring tea landed into Yu Zhong's abdomen, a surge of clean air poured out and circulated once around his body. Afterwards, it rushed straight to his forehead, giving him a refreshing sensation. "You have gained 1 point in spirit. Good tea." Having heard the enhancement notification, Yu Zhong couldn't help but let out a few words of praise. White Bones, Lu Erei, Kai Wen, Lu Qing, Zhang Er and He Guang all gulped down that divine spring tea one after another as well. White Bones wore a human disguise in front of other people, so it naturally had to gulp down that divine spring tea. It was just that its body turned into a cup made from bone, which contained the divine spring tea. Meanwhile, the other 5 people all revealed an extremely intoxicated look. Seeing that everyone had gulped down that divine spring tea, Ma Jingming's eyes flashed with a hint of a strange light. He then said very graciously, "Eat the dishes." After he finished speaking, Ma Jingming took the lead to take a boiled prawn, put it straight into his mouth and started chewing on it. Even though those prawns didn't have any seasoning, they still had a fresh and sweet taste when eaten. After the end of the world, these dishes were rare delicacies and the survivors from Tooth Village had not tried them many times. Apart from Yu Zhong and White Bones, the other men all ravenously contested for those dishes and ate them in big mouthfuls, as if they were hungry ghouls that had just been reincarnated. Yu Zhong also ate a few prawns, but suddenly, he felt his body go numb and immediately, he lost control of it. His expression changed and he looked towards Ma Jingming, saying, "Have you poisoned it? What's happened? Why is it that I can't move anymore? Damn, it's really numbing." Almost simultaneously, Lu Erei, Kai Wen, Lu Qing, Zhang Er and He Guang's expressions all had a huge change. The chopsticks held in their hands fell to the floor, and they collapsed powerlessly onto the table. Looking at Yu Zhong and the 5 others, who had fallen into a paralyzed state, Ma Jingming's eyes flashed with a hint of joy and he explained, "Poisoned it? I really haven't done that kind of thing. It's just that although this divine spring tea can play the role of nourishing the body, at the same time, it also paralyzes people's bodies for 5 minutes. Yu Zhong's gaze hardened and he said in a heavy voice, "What are you attempting?" Ma Jingming had concealed the information about the paralysis effect of the divine spring tea, so he obviously didn't hold any good intentions. Otherwise, he definitely would have told people about it beforehand. Ma Jingming smiled grimly at Yu Zhong and said, "Little brother Yu Zhong, I was very attracted to that treasured blade in your hands. However, I knew that you definitely wouldn't sell it. As long as you made an unwise move though, you would perish. This way, the treasured blade in your hands will be all mine. After gaining that treasured blade, I will then use that big snake's scales to make a whole body armor, and so I won't have to be afraid of the zombies in Qin Village. After killing all of the zombies in there, I will be able to get hold of the resources in Qin Village. As long as this cycle continues, my days will become better and better. For my future, the only way is to sacrifice you." Yu Zhong's expression didn't change, and he asked aloud, "Lu Arii and the others have now seen your true colors. Do you want to kill them as well?" A person who will achieve great things doesn't bother with trifling matters. They will also very quickly go accompany you down there, to make you feel less lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ma Jingming revealed a grim smile towards Lu Arii and the others and said, "Relax, your wives and daughters, I will help you properly take care of them." "Ma Jingming, you beast! You brute! Even if I become a ghost, I still wouldn't let you go. Old secretary, why don't you let me go? I'm willing to do anything for you. I beg you to spare my life." As soon as Ma Jingming had revealed his true colors, sounds of cursing and pleading were transmitted from the feast. "Wan Zi, come over here and kill them." Ma Jingming only gave a cold smile and loudly shouted. In order to paralyze Yu Zhong and the others, he had also drank divine spring tea, so he was also in a state of paralysis. He could only kill off Yu Zhong and those 5 by using others. That middle-aged woman with ordinary looks walked out of the kitchen with a kitchen knife, standing beside Ma Jingming as if she were a specter. "Wan Zi, go kill them!" Ma Jingming ordered loudly towards that middle-aged woman. However, she merely stood beside him like a rock, not moving at all. "Wan Zi," Ma Jingming said as his eyes flashed with a hint of puzzlement. "Ma Jingming, we have already been married for 27 years. Ever since that day we married, I have always put up with your bad temper. I have put up with it for a whole 27 years. Even if I only express a tiny bit of dissatisfaction, you beat me. Do you take me as your wife or as your sandbag? I thought that I would always put up with it and properly live out the rest of my life. Yet after the world changed, you found one woman after another right in front of me. Have you considered my feelings before? The women you found were each younger than another. Xiao Hong is so young that she could easily be your daughter. You haven't even let her go. Are you still human?" Wan Zi's words revealed an incomparable chill, making Ma Jingming feel as if his bones had frozen. He couldn't help but argue back, saying, "I had to put my own life at risk to frantically look for food outside. Only by doing this was I able to keep you fed. Xiao Hong followed me of her own volition. I have done nothing wrong. Yes, I have always put up with you because you are able to find food from outside to feed us. However, right now the situation has changed. That monster residing in the small brook has already been killed by this person. As long as I kill you, I can go fishing in the small brook with a bunch of women in the same way. Tooth Village already has no need for you foul men." Wan Zi's eyes flashed with a hint of craziness as she lifted the kitchen knife in her hands up high and crazily chopped down at the back Ma Jingming's neck, right where it connected with the head. Wan Zi was a woman of the countryside and often did farm work in Tooth Village, so her strength was greater than many of the men from cities. Ma Jingming was badly mutilated by Wan Zi very quickly and he let out a maddened yell, the blade over halfway through his neck. Seeing Ma Jingming being badly mutilated, the 6 people sitting down all felt a wave of horror emerge in their hearts. Ma Jingming's other wives all crouched in the corner, looking fearfully at this very bloody scene. After frenzily killing off Ma Jingming, Wan Zi took a small breather. She had a grim look on her face and her whole body was covered in blood. As if she were an evil spirit that had come out of a horror film, Wan Zi walked up to Yu Zhong and her eyes flashed with an ominous light. Without saying anything, she chopped down at Yu Zhong's head. "Subdue her," Yu Zhong ordered in a low voice. At that moment, White Bones shot out a bone spear from its palm that instantly penetrated Wan Zi's right arm in which the knife was held, pinning her against the wall. Seeing White Bones shoot out a bone spear, a hint of disbelief and madness, she desperately roared. "How is this possible? People who have drunk the divine spring tea will definitely have their bodies paralyzed for 5 minutes. How can you move?" Under the gaze of the others, Yu Zhong slowly stood up and coldly said, "How is it impossible? Not only can he move, I can also move." The divine spring tea really did have a paralysis effect, but Yu Zhong's 87 points of vitality played a very big role. He was only paralyzed for 30 seconds before he recovered his ability to move. It was just that he had continued staying at the side letting the show play out, since he might as well watch the carnage between the husband and wife. Wan Zi looked at the upright Yu Zhong and her eyes flashed with a hint of dimness, as she knew that it would be difficult for her to escape death. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.